What's going on, Broncos Country? Welcome on into our Broncos Packers preseason week 2 watch party. Matthew Peterson here at the end of a long weekend. Excited to watch Bo Nix start for the Broncos and what could be a statement game from the rookie quarterback to solidify himself as the week 1 starter after an impressive preseason week 1 with Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson also playing well, but when you're the first round pick, all eyes are on you. So we're going to have a great pregame here building up to that 7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain Time kickoff. But let me know where you're tuning in from. We had 80 people at the gate, I like to say. I like to picture of it. It's that one scene in, I think it's Jingle All the Way, where they're all waiting to get into the toy store to get the Turbo Man. Like, I love to picture that's what's going on before we start our watch parties. 146 people watching already, 30 likes. What's going on, Trent? Dakota, your message in the chat made me laugh. I'm sorry for my 5-yard penalty for being 5 minutes late. I'll be honest, I was making myself a cup of tea. Voice a little hoarse, so we're just going to power through, and no excuses, no losers, only winners here. Brendan, appreciate it, dude. I've got Dylan watching from Utah. Trent is in Utah as well. Broncos for life, longtime viewer in Albuquerque. Garrett Ringy. Garrett, so good to see you this season again in Lakewood, Colorado. Chase giving me a let's go Broncos. Time and the Buckeye in the Buckeye State per usual. We got Australia in the chat. That might be our furthest viewer. Mile High, Utah. We've got Libby, Montana. Chase is in Nebraska. Denver in the house, of course. Dustin in Iowa. Atlantis Gaming, a longtime viewer in Ohio. I've got New Mexico. Trent in Southwest Utah, St. George. Dakota, also in Ohio. There's a lot of Ohioans today. Carolyn's in Scotland. Michael's in Denver. Mark Ryan's in Montana. Jeremy's in LA. I've got Aiden in Reno. And Mike hanging out with us from Port Arthur, Texas. So, continue to get in the chat right now. Shout out your city. But I want to know, who are you watching for in this preseason game? Other than Bo Nix, but you can put Bo Nix if you'd like. Because, of course, we're all watching for Bo Nix. But it's exciting having the Broncos play a lot of their starters in the preseason. I mean, you look around the rest of the league, and there are some snooze fests. But when you get the starters out there, there's some real intrigue and topics of conversation versus the Browns and the Falcons, two teams that randomly pop in my head right now. They had nearly half of their guys just not even dress for their preseason game. Not the case for Denver, so it's always exciting to see pretty much an entire lineup for the Broncos. There are some exceptions, but few and far between. Let's check out if we have a list of the inactives, which I'm searching for. Steelers, their projected starter is out for a significant time with a shoulder injury, so that's a bummer. By the way, the Broncos are wearing their white tops, orange bottoms. So we got a fun uniform going on here. Richard, I'm going to steal your pick in the chat right now, Tim Patrick. I'm super excited to see 12 as well. I feel like he can be a real X factor for this team. If they can just get 750 yards and 5 touchdowns of production out of him, this wide receiver room might not have a true elite number 1 guy, but it's going to have a boatload of contributors. And that should be good enough for Bo Nix in year 1 to keep himself above water. And then maybe in the draft next year or free agency, they go after one of those true, no offense to Cortland Sutton, but one of the more the top tier guys. Okay, so let me know in the chat who you're watching for. Desire Best says Troy Franklin. It's been a rough start for the rookie so far, I must say. Pedro's going with Jalen Virgil. Trent also going with Tim Patrick. Matthew saying Jonah Ellis, a big fan of Jonah Ellis. He had a big pressure in the Colts game. So while you're getting those names in the chat, I want to tell everyone watching about our great friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and then watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. I'm talking turning $10 into $1,000. Now, I love playing Prize Picks with my fiance, but if you struggle with maybe dominating the TV during football season, here's my suggestion. Have you and your significant other load up a couple of Prize Picks selections and say, hey, if all 4 of these hit, we're going out to steak dinner tonight. All of a sudden, both of you are glued to the TV. So here are my selections for the upcoming season. Feel free to ride with them or fade them if you think I'm a big dummy. No offense taken. But just download the Prize Picks app and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code CLNS on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy at Prize Picks. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. Looking back in the chat here, Peyton's going with J.L. Skinner. I like that selection, especially after moving on from Caden Stearns. There's clearly a lot of belief in the Broncos safety room without Stearns, and I think some of that belief is rooted in second-year man from Boise State, J.L. Skinner. So I like that selection. Mark is pointing out that Russell Wilson stinking it up in Pittsburgh. Okay, I've had some time to think about how Broncos fans should approach Russell Wilson and potential struggles of him this year. Like how Seahawks fans handled it when he went to Denver. I don't think it's the same because I don't think Russ did anything bad to Denver other than just not play as well as we hoped, right? I think he had good intentions. He bought into the city. He bought into the team. I don't think it was a messy divorce from anything on his end. I felt like he handled the whole thing pretty well, and Sean Payton just got his way, which is convincing ownership to take on all those financial liabilities just to move on from a player that he didn't feel would be a good fit in his offense. So I'm not rooting for Russell Wilson's demise, whereas like Seahawks fans, I can understand it. Russell Wilson wanted to get traded from the Seahawks. If you're a fan and you're upset with him for that, you have every right to be. Whereas I don't think Broncos fans should be looking to like point out Russell Wilson playing poorly and laugh at it. I do think it's understandable and fair to point out when Russell Wilson doesn't have great games at Pittsburgh and say, look, there's a reason why it wasn't working in Denver. And a lot of that blame was and should be put on Russ because those same issues, like all the sacks, are happening in Pittsburgh just like they were happening in Denver. I think that's fair game. So that's kind of my, thought process when it comes to exposing Russ and his failures early on in Pittsburgh. But it's still preseason football. Let's not overreact too much. Okay, I'm trying to get ourselves, though, to 24,000 subscribers, and we're at 23,730, so we have less than 300 to go. If we can reach 24K, bosses gave me the green light to do another one of these watch parties. So if you are one of the 266 people watching right now that are not subscribed, please consider doing so. It's completely free, and we put out daily Broncos content for you all, so make sure to subscribe so you don't miss a thing. So producer Reed, who you'll see above me right now, asking the hard-hitting question. Who will start week 1 in Seattle? I'm not asking who do you think should start. I'm not asking who you would start. I do want your prediction at which quarterback Sean Payton's going to pick. I'm going to say on Tuesday. I think following Sunday night's game tonight, he'll take all of Monday to watch the film, meet with the quarterback coach, meet with all the offensive coaches, come together in their war room, and make a decision. Might not take very long, but that's going to happen. And I think that announcement will be made on Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. Who do you think will start week 1 in Seattle?
Hey,
Bo
Garrett.
Nix or Jarrett Stidham?
Garrett said hi, Reed. I had to say hi, Garrett.
Garrett's a very, very nice guy, longtime viewer. I think you all that have been watching for a long time know kind of my approach to this question. I've always tried to approach this not as what I would do, but like what I think Sean Payton's going to do. And I always felt like Jarrett Stidham had to lose the starting job because I did think he went into training camp with him having the slight edge being the incumbent and the veteran, but it didn't have to take much or long for Bo Nix to overtake him. And after that first preseason game, not that Jarrett Stidham did anything wrong, but Bo Nix showed that he's not going to be a disaster rookie who still needs a lot of time to develop. So if Bo Nix feels like he's game ready, he's your first round pick. What are you waiting for? As long as Bo Nix does not put together the world's worst outing today, even if he's just at the same level of Stidham or even like a little bit behind, because Stidham goes up against the second team and third team defense where Bo Nix goes up against the starters, I feel like it's not just tie goes to Bo Nix. Right now, Bo Nix has like 5 points in the race. So I'm leaning towards Bo Nix. That's going to be my pick right now. That preseason week 1 showing from him definitely bumped him up in the race and probably put him past Stidham. So now he's got an opportunity to put it all away. So I'm going to go with Bo Nix.
I think tonight is definitely a big indicator. Like if he doesn't do well, then the question will be a little bit tighter of who is actually going to start. But
Right.
If he does the same thing he did last week, I think it's a no-brainer for Sean Payton.
Mark Ryan saying, I thought I heard Green Bay isn't even playing their starters. I always struggle when it comes to using the correct terminology in the preseason. Like, when I say Bo Nix is going up against the starters, that's misleading. I mean, like, the starters for this game, right? Whoever that might be. But he's going up against the highest up on the depth chart the Packers are beginning at. Whether that's the actual first stringers or the second stringers, Bo Nix is facing a better defense than what Jarrett Stidham will be facing. So it's always confusing in preseason when you say the word starters because, like, most of the time it means, like, the regular season starters, but it can also be a little bit confusing. If those guys aren't playing, what do you call the guys that are starting for them? Let me see what the comment section is saying right now. We got we got Desire Best, Prove Me Wrong, Let Nix Cook. Richard, Bo Nix will start. Matthew, how long will Bo play? I don't know if there's been a predetermined time that Bo Nix will play. My suspicion is a quarter and a half. It's probably more of not like a quarter time, but like plays or series. Like they may want to have him go 5 drives. If those 5 drives take the entire first half, then he plays the whole first half. If those 5 drives are 3 quick 3 and outs, then it might be over midway through the second quarter. He played 5 drives in the first preseason game. I don't see any reason why it can't be 5 drives again this preseason game. So that's kind of a good idea and starting point for how long it could take. Scrolling through just my Twitter timeline, trying to get a glimpse of maybe an inactives list. I don't think that's been published yet, or maybe I missed it while this list was released. I know that they have a handful of guys still battling injuries, like Levi Wallace, who I don't expect to see play today. Let's see if we have a list of the inactives. No, which is good because, like I said earlier, there are some really bad preseason games. Okay, help us reach 100 likes, though. We're going to check out top 10 players to watch in this game in just a moment. But we got to get 32 likes. Once we get to 100 likes, we're going to look at my list of 10 players to keep a close eye on in this preseason game because preseason football is ultimately more about the individuals than the team. I think the best the way that preseason football has changed over the last 10 years or so, I think the best analogy I can give it is MLB has minor league teams, right? They got their farm system. That does not exist in the NFL. It somewhat exists when the roster is 90 guys deep in the preseason. And so the reason why I never make a big deal out of positional groups in the preseason versus like individuals, meaning like, hey, how's the O-line doing versus how is Garrett Bowles doing? I like the latter a lot more because when you get into the second, third, fourth quarter of these games, when all the starters or even some of the backups are no longer playing, you're basically watching the like AAA affiliate for the Denver Broncos. Like these are the practice squad guys. For some, there's only 16 spots, and most will not even make the practice squad or the roster. So we're talking minor leaguers, which it's super cool for them to have the opportunity to play under the lights of an NFL stage and stadium, but it's not the Denver Broncos. Like it's not the 2024 Denver Broncos. It's their AAA ball club. It's guys who won't even make the roster and half won't even make the practice squad. So I never walk away from a preseason game going, the DB's got some work. No, Patrick Surtain's not on the field. That's a big difference maker, right? It's not the same. Just like how if you were watching a AAA team, you wouldn't say, wow, their bullpen sucks over there in Colorado for the Rockies. No, not the Rockies bullpen. I know it's the same organization, but we should separate the two. There should be more separation when we're talking about the third and fourth stringers playing in a preseason game. Now, if you want to talk about the starters, like the true week one starters struggling, that's fair game. But once they're out, I don't think it's fair to lump them all together. Okay, let's run through my top 5 players to watch, starting with, of course, number 1 and number 2. We got to 107 likes, by the way. Appreciate everyone for liking the video. Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. I'm not going to even try and be cute and creative with this and go that center battle is really important too. Stop, Matthew. It's the quarterback battle. All eyes are on Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. If Bo Nix goes out there and puts together a solid quarter to a quarter and a half, I think it's just a matter of hours until Sean Payton's mind is made up, and maybe it already is, that he is his week one starting quarterback. And I somewhat feel for Jarrett Stidham because I don't think he's actually done a bad job. It's just one's a first-round draft pick and a rookie. The other is more of a journeyman player that no one feels like is the long-term answer at quarterback, even if he is maybe slightly better for this exact current moment. But everyone's excited for the long term, and they want to get that long-term vision going with Bo Nix. So as long as Bo Nix does not completely crap the bed, he's your man, which is exciting, of course, because that's what you want from your first-round pick. 3 through 5, Luke Wattenberg. Number 4, Alex Forsyth. And number 5, Sam Mustipher. This is the order in which they played in week 1 of the preseason. Wattenberg, not so good. Forsyth, not so good. Mustipher, better, but he also played against the fourth-string defensive line for the Indianapolis Colts. And you got to remember that and factor when comparing guys who play in the first quarter versus the fourth quarter of a preseason game. I feel like Wattenberg still has a lead in the center race. However, if the Broncos want to test out Forsyth or Mustipher more, this is the time to do it. You only have 2 preseason games left. And I would hope after 2 preseason games, a coaching staff with all the practices can have an idea as to who the best of the 3 is, and then have that information at their disposal to go, okay, now that we know who our true center is, we can either play him a good amount in preseason week 3 to get him ready for the regular season, or we can shut him down completely so he doesn't get injured. Whichever path you want to follow as a coach, you should at least know which one is the best after 2 preseason games. So keep an eye on the center battle and the center rotation as well. Okay, so that's 1 through 5. Moving on to number 6, running back Samaje Perine. Not a strong showing from him in preseason week 1. He ultimately was basically 100% responsible for a Jarrett Stidham interception. And with the way, obviously, highlight reel Jaleel has played so far, and Javonte Williams looking like the true starter, along with Audric Estime looking really good. If they take 4 running backs, maybe he's on there, although Blake Watson, the rookie UDFA from Memphis, looked really good in preseason week 1. It's starting to feel like the veteran Perine might get boxed out a little bit, so he definitely needs to put together a strong showing if he wants to hold on to his roster spot. So, number 6, I've got running back Samaje Perine, but it'll be fun to watch all 3 to 4, 5 running backs play as well. Coming in at number 7, I've got to go with Riley Moss. It feels like he is the heavy favorite, or he's the favorite. Let's not use the word heavy just yet, to be the team starting CB2, barring a disaster performance in preseasons week 2 and 3. I think it's his job to lose right now. So, like Bo Nix, let's see if he can kind of really cement himself in that starting position. And then if Riley Moss is at 7, I got to put Damari Mathis at number 8. He's fighting with Riley Moss for that starting CB2 job. The veteran Levi Wallace just never really gave himself a chance. He's been injured for the last 2 to 3 weeks. So with him not even on the field, I don't think they're really giving him much of a look, and understandably so. They want their third-round pick from 2 years ago to pan out and be the starter. But this will be another fun CB kind of battle to watch in terms of who comes out smelling the best after the preseason week 2 game. At 9, I got to go with linebacker Cody Barton, another starting gig that's up for grabs a little bit. The Broncos have Barton and Jonas Griffith competing for alongside Alex Singleton, who, by the way, was awesome in preseason week 1. So excited to see what he can do in the Josie Jewell role for this upcoming season. But Barton, who comes over from Washington after 4 years in Seattle, can he hold on and not just even hold on, but prove to be a quality starter on this Broncos defense? And then number 10, I'm going to go with wide receiver Marvin Mims. Does anyone else feel like the expectations we had for Mims going into training camp were here, and what we've seen and heard are like here, right? I feel like for the role we, in our minds, carved out for Marvin Mims, replacing Jerry Jeudy, we should probably have more of a production and see and hear closer together than what they currently are at. So I'd love to see Marvin Mims, who had a touchdown in preseason week 1, really look the part of a true number 2 receiver on this team, because right now it feels like that number 2 spot, when it comes down to just sheer targets, it could be anyone from Mims to Josh Reynolds to Tim Patrick. So I'd love for Marvin Mims to bring that vertical threat to this offense, but he can't do that if he's not on the field. So let's see him kind of separate himself a little bit and be Denver's not just gadget guy, but true vertical field stretching wideout that's not good for just one deep ball every 2 to 3 weeks, but like a consistent threat that can run more than just 1 to 2 routes. All right, those are my top 10 players to watch for this Broncos Packers preseason showdown. If you are excited to watch Bo Nick, spam me in the chat. So we're going to throw our super chat menu on in just a moment, but we're going to do a Broncos hat raffle at the 2-minute warning of the 4th quarter. And there's a couple of ways to get in that raffle. One being $5 super chat, and you are automatically entered, or anything over $5 for that matter. Or every single time we reach 10 shares on today's stream, which is hitting that share button and then texting it to a friend, a family member, tweeting it out and tagging me at Matthew PD, or posting it on Facebook or sharing it anywhere else you'd like. Every time we get 10 shares, we're going to pick someone from our live chat for a free raffle entry into that Broncos hat raffle. So let's pick someone out of the chat right now to kind of get the ball rolling. And if I do not pick you, or you want to get guaranteed to be in the raffle for that Broncos hat, which runs for about $35, so pretty good deal if you ask me, entering for $5, spam me right now, or a $5 super chat. And $5 super chat guarantees you a spot in the raffle. So start spamming me. I'm going to pick someone in a few seconds here once I plug my fan in, because I'm starting to sweat. There we go. Okay. Oh, we got a super chat in. Let's go. From I Don't Give a Buck. I like that one. All right. Picking someone out of the chat in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, went too fast. 3, 2, 1. I've got Aiden Foster. Aiden Foster. I Don't Give a Buck. Appreciate your super chat. Thank you so much for sending us some support. What are your thoughts on Vikings after losing J.J. McCarthy? So it's a bummer, to say the least. Like, that probably doesn't do it justice, because it's the first time a first-round pick quarterback got injured in the preseason for the entire year. I never felt like J.J. was going to start anyway. Like, of the 6 quarterbacks that went in round 1 this year, Michael Penix was at the bottom of the list for likely to start, because the plan was always Kirk Cousins. And then I thought, when Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, Drake May, and then Jane Daniels and Caleb Williams are always going to start anyway. So as much of a bummer as it is, not from him not being able to play this year, but also from him kind of being away from the team a little bit, because you always hear players talk about when you're injured, you're on a different schedule. Like, you're with the trainers, you're doing rehab, you're kind of like a distant relative to the rest of the team. You're not really a part of it like you were when you're healthy or semi-healthy. So that's going to be invaluable time and learning taken away from McCarthy. But I don't think the Vikings losing J.J. McCarthy is a big blow to their win-loss for this year. I felt like Sam Darnold was going to be the starter week 1, and maybe he got yanked with a short leash if things weren't going well. But I don't think I did not think J.J. McCarthy would start more than 10 games his rookie season. Like, I thought we'd see a lot of Sam Darnold anyway. So hopefully, obviously, a full recovery, but even more just a physical recovery. Can he not fall behind in terms of picking up and learning the NFL speed and whatnot? Because that's going to be something that's robbed from him that you don't want to lose as a rookie and then really start to fall behind, especially at the quarterback position. I don't give a buck. Thank you so much for your super chat. All right, live sub count here. We're closing in on 23,750. So if you're not subscribed yet, turn that 0 into a 1. Chipping away, baby. We're going to get ourselves to 24,000 by the end of the night. I know we can. And then we get to go live for another preseason watch party. Hey, shout out to you, whoever just subscribed, for next weekend against the Cardinals in the preseason finale. I got my tea. Yeah, the Vikings, by the way, just talking about them as a team for a second, just devastating so far in injuries. Got to feel for them. Okay. We got a handful of super chats flying in. We'll catch up on all these in just a moment. Aiden Foster, why aren't we talking about Ellis? The police is here. I talked about Jonah Ellis. I loved what I saw out of him in the Colts game, and I've been super high on that draft pick ever since it was made. And I don't know if he's going to have a huge role as a rookie, given the depth they have with Benito, Barron, Browning, and Jonathan Cooper. But I think it's going to be sooner rather than later when he finds himself on the field and not coming off of it. Especially with Cooper and Browning both entering contract years. Maybe they bring back the better of the two and let the other one walk and have Jonah Ellis and or Benito kind of step into that role for next year. 3 subs away from 23,750. Do I miss Von Miller? His production isn't missed right now. There was none of it last year, but I still can't really fathom how bad he was last year. I don't really know what all went down, but there were just games where he was just doing cardio, just running around, no tackles. Okay. Cash, the game will start in 25 minutes. Let's see. We've got the chat all over the place right now, so I don't even know where to begin at the moment here. But police. Long time. Oh, see, there's the voice. Long time no see, Matthew. How have you been? I've been good. Just hanging out, hating the preseason. I'm the only NFL YouTuber, which just sounds so like nails on a chalkboardy, to say this out loud. I hate the preseason, and anyone that says they like the preseason is lying to you. What I really hate is when people say this is the last weekend without football for the next 80 weeks. Well, no, not 80. That's too big of a number. The next 30 weeks. No. The last weekend without football is when the NFL regular season begins. These weekends of football, they suck. No one's watching them. Tyrese Duran, first-time super chatter. Thank you so much, Tyrese. A little 2-clap action for our man, Mr. Duran. Little 1-2. Let's go, Tyrese. And then we got another super chat. We're having a couple of technical difficulties on our end with the super chat, so it just takes an extra 60 seconds to get on screen. That's all. Logan, appreciate you watching. I guess we're doing this. What jersey is everyone wearing right now? Oh, no. I don't give a buck is bringing back a blast from the past from last preseason, the handstands. I don't even know how to describe this. If you've watched our content, our watch parties before, maybe you picked up on it. Last year in the preseason, someone was like, what would you do for a $100 super chat? And I was like, couldn't even wrap my head around that. I was like, I would do like a I can't do a backflip actually, so I wouldn't do that. I would do a handstand. That's the most athletic thing I can probably do, like in this physical space. And like 5 seconds later, $100 super chat came in. So I started doing handstands for the whole game. It was like one after another. So I feel like I can't sell myself short. The handstand has to stay at 100. It's the worst pricing model I've ever seen in economics, but it worked last year. We got HTTLJ. I believe in Knicks, hoping he's not another Paxton. Don't you guys kind of feel bad a little bit for John Elway? He had a type. We know what that type was. He liked his tall, white, big hand quarterbacks. And he missed out with, a lot of them, but like Paxton Lynch, Brock Osweiler, Trevor Siemian, and finally they go ahead with Bo Nix, and he's like, I was right all along. If I had just stuck to my plan, it would have worked. Or if he had just gone with Josh Allen over Bradley Chubb. Like, he not saying he was right for his quarterback profiling, but like he quit that profile 1 year too early. Let's see. I've got Aiden saying wearing a PS2 jersey. Chauncey's wearing a number 7 Elway jersey. Brendan's wearing a Javonte Williams jersey. Mark, whatever happened to Chubb? He was not very good in Miami for that half season after he got traded. Last year, he was really good up until he tore his ACL. I don't give a buck. Let's go! A $10 super chat. And I really like the super chat. Like in terms of the idea you got tossed on there. We'll get that on screen for you in just a moment. I don't give a buck. I got one more sip of my tea. Yeah. Rapid fire? Oh, because you got to delete the lines in there. In the CSV. It thinks there's a layer there. No, I know you deleted like the actual text, but it thinks there's like blank space there. It thinks that's a layer. So you just got to delete all the blankness. Okay. Let's see. Let's get some while you're working on that. Who you got? Let's go to an oldie but a goodie. Broncos versus Packers. Who you got? I'm gonna quickly scrub the internet for a who's not playing. I don't really know what's going on. Maybe you know what? Benjamin Albright is always finding himself in the midst of some Twitter battle. And they're somewhat entertaining, and he's in one right now, and I don't have the time to look at it, but I'm just curious what it is. Okay. So Zach Stevens has a very short list of players not expected to play tonight. Brandon Jones, the safety, he's still nursing an injury. Levi Wallace in the same boat. Ben Powers, he took a friendly fire shot from Samaje Perine. It's a rib injury. It's not expected to be too serious, but obviously they're holding him out for a week later, and that's perfectly fine. Devon Vele, that's a bummer because I felt like he still had some things to prove when it comes to making this roster. I mean, think about it. Denver last year only took 4 wide receivers on their initial 53-man. And then cornerback Art Green. So a very short list. I really appreciate and also applaud somewhat of the bravery for Sean Payton to play so many of his starters in the preseason. Like we learned from Hackett, sure, you don't want guys to get injured. And he's like, I don't want anyone not playing in January because they played in August. And you can't like refute that because if someone did get hurt, how could you say they're wrong? But how about them getting off to a slow start because they don't play in the preseason? My take on preseason is there are a million examples to prove whatever theory you have in terms of playing or resting starters, but I think there is only a handful of guys that are so good that they don't even need to step on the field once in the preseason. Your Justin Jeffersons, your Pat Surtains, your Myles Garretts, your Tom Brady's, like those guys are just so incredible. They don't need to play in the preseason, and they won't look rusty at all in the first quarter of week 1. For the most part, everyone else should at least play one series, should at least just put the pads on, get in the huddle, under the lights of a stadium with the crowd, which you cannot simulate in practice, and get the play call in and execute and go, okay, I forgot how to do all that for 6 months, but I got it back in me. It's like riding a bike, and I'd rather not even fall off my bike in the preseason than the regular season, but I'd rather start to get some momentum going so that when they're on the field for the first snap of the regular season, they don't have a single, like, oh, yeah, forgot. Hadn't done that in like 6 months. You know what I mean? I'd rather just have all those tiny little things get wiped away in the preseason, even if it's for 10 snaps. And sure, if someone gets injured, it's going to suck, but it's football. You got to play them at some point. We got a couple of super chats coming in, so we're going to get to all these in just a moment. Like I said, we're just having a couple of technical difficulties, so they're not gone. It just takes an extra minute or two. So producer Reed is working tirelessly behind the scenes to get it done. Did what I say fix the bottom here? Okay. I don't give a buck. How about $10 for rock, paper, scissors against Reed, best of 3? You ready? Growing up, my siblings and I, we would do rock, paper, scissors for like everything, of course. But as the youngest, I usually, even though despite it being just a game of chance, always lost. So 5-year-old me would cry a lot and decide, you know what, best of 3 is dumb.
So should I make 25-year-old PD cry?
Yeah, 26. Thank you.
26.
I always like to do first to 3. Really get that like March Madness, not March Madness, that like playoff 5s going here. But we'll do best of 3. We'll do best of 3. Should we do it through the camera? Okay, so here we go. Move a little closer to the cam. Ready? Kind of center yourself up. All right, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, that's 1. 1-0 good, guys. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, that's 2. You want to do first to 3? You want to have a chance? By the way, I'm going to do paper again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ooh. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay. Series does not start till you win a game on the road. Here we go. I'm going to do rock this time. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Let's go. I told you what I was doing. That's a big win. I don't give a buck. I'm probably going to steal this rock, paper, scissors idea for future watch parties. Yeah, so this will be, I know, this is going to be a genius idea of yours that's going to get streamlined across all of chat sports, and all roads will lead back to you. Okay, we have a couple other super chats here. Desire Best, by the way, all these $5 super chats and more are included in our Broncos hat raffle, which will be the 2-minute warning in the 4th quarter. Hey, Petey, thanks for the giveaway last week. Can't wait for the season. I've done 80 underdog fantasy drafts, and I can't wait for football. Go Broncos. Can I ask an honest question? We have 407 people watching right now. I would love to get as many responses as possible because this is something I was thinking about this morning. Would you guys not just like, but actually want to click on a video that talks about Broncos players and where they're going in fantasy football drafts and whether or not it's good value and whether or not you should take them or not? Like, don't just say yes for the sake of saying yes. I'm genuinely curious if you would think that'd be helpful, or if you're like, nah, I don't really like fantasy football content, because fantasy football content, to me, the thing that irks me is whoever the creator is, they say whatever their opinion is as if it is fact, as if fantasy football isn't one of the most like lucky, fluky things. So if you're like, I don't really like watching fantasy content because so much of what they say never comes true and it's just kind of a waste of my time, or I'm kind of in the camp of, for me, I like fantasy football because I like playing against myself, like testing my own knowledge and seeing if I would be a good GM based on this tiny little sample size of making 16 picks. Or if you're like, no, I really want to know what you have to say about these guys, where Javonte Williams is going, and whether or not I should take him, let me know. I thought this would be, so Cash says yes, Desire Best says yes, James Parker says yes, RD Fury says yes, Fravel Edit says yes, Time Man says yes, Gooey says I'd be interested, Mike saying no. I appreciate the honesty, Mike. I don't give a buck. Hey, PD, I got a lot of more ideas. Just ask. I'm asking right now. Send me ideas, because I'm going into this season wanting to freshen things up a little bit and bring some new creative juices to our watch parties. Kenny, Broncos don't have any fantasy players. I mean, that's not true. Like Javonte Williams, when you're a starting running back, you're a fantasy player. Cortland Sutton, when you have 10 touchdowns last year, you're a fantasy player. So 2 right there. Now, they don't have as long of a list as other teams. I'll give you that. But I do think there are some conversations to be had about players on the Broncos roster. Like Marvin Mims. Could he be a number 2 receiver and kind of blow up out of nowhere? We'll talk about that in the video. If I'm thinking about teams, though, that don't have a single player probably going top 100 in fantasy drafts, who would that be?
Probably the Panthers.
Panthers, Adam Thielen?
No.
Maybe not.
Well, the only one, Deontay Johnson would go before him.
Yeah.
But he's not
another one that popped in my head, they only have one, Giants. They have Malik Neighbors, but that's it. Is there anyone else? Like, I'm just kind of going division by division in my head. Like the NFC North, no. You got the Panthers. The Texans, no. Titans will. Yeah. D-Hop. And then Calvin Ridley. By the way, I wouldn't touch either of those players for what it's worth. Desire Best, thank you so much for your super chat. Fravel Edits. Had to hold off on buying a Knicks jersey after Russell Wilson cost me $160 for his. Also, PD, you were very negative at the Knicks pick. How you feel? First off, I completely understand holding off on getting a Bo Nix jersey. Not that these rich billionaire owners would ever institute something like this, but there should be some level of hey, you bought this jersey for this player, and it didn't work out for obvious reasons. Like Russell Wilson. We had pretty good reason to believe that's a sound purchase of $160. There should be some sort of exchange, right? Not that they would ever do that, but that one always gets under my skin, right? Whereas, like, Jerry Jeudy, like, he was here for 4 years. It didn't work out. Okay. But, like, Russ, 2 seasons, like, if a player gets arrested or something, like, I feel like they should have something like that. But whatever. When it comes to the Bo Nix pick, I have to kind of go back a little bit and rewatch my own videos just to kind of remember my true feeling in the moment, because so much of your opinion of a player or team can fade or change based on how they perform, and you slowly, incrementally start moving to one side or the other. But if I recall, what I was saying back then was, one, every mock draft I did for the most part in the last 60 days of the lead up to it, I had Bo Nix going to the Broncos. Right? Unless they're doing like a fun, wacky one. I always had Bo Nix going to the Broncos. I always had it in round 2. And I don't think we should make any sort of proclamations on a guy for the preseason. And my evidence is Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett was a 3-0 player for the Steelers in the preseason last year. He was lighting it up. Go look at, if you can find it, go look at Kenny Pickett preseason stats last year. Or find old tweets. He was the next Big Ben for the Steelers in the preseason. How did that turn out? So what I would advise you is, for someone that was not like on the forefront of like the Bo Nix pick is going to be an all-time great selection by Denver, you should wait to dunk on people like me until the regular season. Dunk on me in the regular season, and I'll be very happy to get dunked on. Don't do it in the preseason. Because, man, is that going to come back and haunt you potentially. So dunk on me in like October. I look forward to super chat from you in October. Then don't do it now in the preseason, buddy. This is going to be something you go, oh no, what did I do? I jinxed it so poorly. Okay. If you are ready for a Broncos win, hit that thumbs up button. We got 426 people tuned in at the moment, 153 likes. I think with that, can we throw the super chat menu on really quickly? Just because with I Don't Give a Buck's $10 super chat, he actually gets added to the Mile High Club. So my old joke is it's not the club that you were conceived in, but it's our Broncos Hard Hat Club. I mean, just some good old-fashioned Broncos Country members that, I mean, are happy to grind out every first down, get loud for every incomplete pass. So if you want to be added to our Broncos Mile High Club, have your name pushed out on a sticker and on our helmet for the entire season, $10 super chat like I Don't Give a Buck, and we'll put you on here. And every single watch party, you're hanging out with me. Okay.
And you know what, PD?
Talk to me.
We're almost 8 minutes away from kickoff.
Oh, there it is.
We're having we'll crack a little brewski for the game
give
today.
a buck.
Happy to be kicking it with everyone here. 439 people watching.
Adding I don't give a buck to the Mile High Club. And then what I didn't do a good job of publicizing when the first time we put up our Super Chat menu was the Blue and Orange Country Club. If the, Mile High Club is our blue-collar, gritty folk. And this weird analogy that I just kind of word salad myself into. I don't give a buck. Just want to show you, added right there. For the entire 2024 season, we're going to put the Blue and Orange Country Club on our daily videos we do throughout the week. We're going to have you guys on screen during our watch parties every single time we go live. So if you want to join the current president and VP and secretary of the club, Slap Yourself, who sent in a $100 super chat last week, or a $50 super chat, but 100, I don't remember which one it was. $100 super chat, and like I said, if you really enjoy the free content we provide, and you want to have your name on screen for the entire 2024 season on the channel, we'll give you shout-outs throughout the entire week and every single time we go live. So $100 super chat gets you added to Slap Yourself, our current lone member at the time, but would love to see that list get filled with a ton of great names and supporters and viewers of the channel. By the way, every 10 shares is a free raffle entry for that Broncos hat raffle we're going to do at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. And we are 2 shares away from 20 shares. So hit the share button, send it to a friend, send it to a family member, and then we're going to do a little free drawing out of the chat for an addition to our Broncos hat raffle. So share this video, or else you love the Raiders, who, by the way, can we all just take 30 seconds to talk about the Raiders last night? Wow. What a disaster. Woo. Gardner Minshew announced the starter, which, no bias, that's the right decision. He's better than Aiden O'Connell. I think the Raiders are going to suck this year.
Trout and Alberta said they shared.
Trout, takes a moment to refresh the share. And we're at 21 shares. Let's go. So, free drawing out of the chat. Oh my goodness. I'm losing my voice now. I don't give a buck. A $100 super chat. Everyone spam I don't give a buck in the chat. Oh my goodness. I think it's handstand time. I don't give a buck. Okay. Let's throw the super chat on screen. Okay, we're having some technical difficulties. It just takes an extra 60 seconds. Wow. Let me read it out until Reed has it on screen. Well, I might as well join the other one, too, to buy my wife. But my wife suggested bingo and tic-tac-toe ideas. And just want to start the season good. How many more games you think we will win? Let's go Denver. I said the Broncos are going to go 9-8 in my regular season prediction, but $100 super chat, man, 10 wins sounds so much better now. But I think 9-8 with an 8-9 season last year is very much in reach. They have to kind of readjust a little bit by moving on from guys like Simmons and Judy and hoping that some other younger players can step into their roles. But I go back to one thing. You got Sean Payton. And I just don't think it's in Sean Payton's DNA to put together back-to-back losing seasons in his first 2 years in Denver. I don't give a buck. That's okay. I think it's time for the handstand. Okay, this is not going to make for great TV for me. It might for you. Yeah, let's do it right now. I got to take the headset off because I think the first time I tried to do it, I forgot I'm kind of tethered. And that created an audio nightmare. So let me take the headset off, and then Reed will give some shout-outs. I don't give a buck. We'll get him added, too, by the way, to the Blue and Orange Country Club.
Yes, we'll put him in there.
Okay. Jorge getting I Don't Give a Buck in there. I've got Brendan, Cash. I got Time Man the Buckeye. Also, let me know how many wins for Denver this year. I'm going with 9 wins for the Broncos. 9-8 is my prediction for this team. Kenny Miller is not as optimistic, 4-13, but Posting Ghost is 11-6. So there's Reed.
This to see if we can see your legs go up.
Yeah, you're gonna see me kind of sprout out like it's synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
Okay. This is not graceful for a man who athletically peaked in like 2016. All right. You want to do that? Oh, I didn't realize you had a mind. All right, I gotta unplug my audio for a moment.
So I'm gonna show you do the handstand, but I want to see your feet pop up over there. It's a double camera.
They can't hear me really well now. So.
No, yeah, I got the voice of it now.
The issue is you turn that camera around, big fat belly's gonna come out.
That's what they want to see?
No, they don't want to see a walrus.
Well, just tuck in your shirt. Yeah, yeah. So just tuck in your shirt and then.
Okay. The issue is just getting started.
So yeah, get started, and then I'll show you what to do the handstand. This is amazing. Gotta love this. Oh, he's starting. There we go. Grade it. Did you guys get it? That looked pretty good. The wall is definitely helps.
Yeah.
Well, it's too close to do it.
It's too close to the table.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on the wall.
I can't be on the wall?
No, you have to be on the wall. It's too close.
Look,
it's way too close over here. You want the mic?
I want the microphone. You guys are out of your minds if you think I can do a handstand with no wall. That was not a part of the agreement.
Look at how it's very small down here. You're getting the behind the scenes of our studio right here. I think. Oh, Aiden said 8 out of 7. What does that mean? Does that mean? Are you ranking his handstand, or is this something else? Cash Vincent said 2 million.
Do I need to do a wall-less handstand?
That means you'd have to do it like over here.
It's not
There's
about
no
the
way.
space. I cannot complete a handless.
Yeah, I don't even think I could do that.
Like I'm just gonna put all my weight on my palms.
Yeah, no.
No chance. No chance. That is the best you're gonna get out of me, and that's not even like me being, unconfident in myself. It's just me being realistic. Okay. We're 1 minute away from kickoff, by the way. There's no other Broncos YouTube channel that does handstands. Bad handstands. I should probably preface with that. Bad handstands a minute before kickoff. It's also like only a Broncos breakdown thing. I don't know what it is. This is the channel of gymnastics. Let's get ourselves ready for kickoff. If you are ready for kickoff right now, start spamming me in the chat. It is 7 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. Let's go Broncos Country. 6 p.m. Spam me if you're ready. We have a few super chats here, so we'll catch up on those, including I don't give a buck, and then we'll get him. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. He's a 5-1 right now. Posting goes all out Broncos. Good to see you in the chat. Garrett, Joshua, Gonzalez, Trent, Larry, Clark, Emmy's channel, William. Not too bad, but give this to a random person in the chat for a raffle. But let's see y'all do a patty cake. Patty cake time. What's a patty cake? This has become a workout class for me. Which, listen, I definitely shouldn't be avoiding, but I didn't sign. I didn't mentally prepare myself to do that. Oh, that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking like a workout patty cake. Oh, for you and me?
Yeah, we just do patty cake.
Okay, so in honor of I Don't Give a Buck giving out a free raffle entry to someone else, we're going to pick 2 people out of the chat that are spamming me. So spam me, and you could get added into our free raffle for the Broncos hat giveaway at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. Spam me right now. We're going to pick someone in 5. Myself ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got Matthew Wisnowski. Matthew Wisnowski. For your sake, Matthew W. Yep. And then second one coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got Reyes Gaming. I think Reyes was also added last week too. He's a lucky man. Okay, let's get kickoff here, boys and girls. Preseason football loves to not start on time. Just going off of Twitter right now, it looks like they are wrapping up the national anthem. So we should be just a few more minutes away here. 518 people tuned in. If you're watching right now, and I want you to actually do this, don't even say you're going to do it in your head, but not do it. I don't care where you are right now, who's around you. I want a big pat in the back. A little pat in the back. It's football. It's preseason football. And most people are not tuned in. Those are the casuals. You're not a casual. You are an above-average fan because you're watching preseason football on your Sunday night. So, pat in the back. Everyone, 3, 2, 1. I like to picture there's someone in line somewhere, like in TSA, like a little pat in the back, and they think it's like a code. Guy gets tackled by TSA police. Okay. Bo Nix is starting, so we should probably talk about the game a little bit as we are live from Empower Field at Mile High. Okay. Bo Nix will start. Pretty much every starter will be out there except for Ben Powers offensively. Pat Surtain, I think, is going to be out there as well, which I like playing. Like, if they didn't play Pat Surtain, I wouldn't have an issue with it. Now, of course, I'm actually not even going to finish that sentence. Oh, I just recognized a familiar voice on the broadcast. It is my favorite ESPN broadcaster, Steve Levy. Take a stroll down memory lane with me. I loved the Steve Levy ESPN Monday Night Football broadcast with Joe Tessitore and Booger in the Boogermobile. They thought, let's stick this man on like a roller coaster in the cold. That will not age poorly. But Steve Levy always created some of the funniest, worst sound clips during Monday Night Football. I preferred when Monday Night Football was more of a shit show than an organized Joe Buck-led broadcast. It was just sort of like the lure of like, it's Monday night. We'll have maybe 2 good teams playing. We're still watching because it's football, but at least we have Steve Levy and Joe Tessitore on the call. That was the best.
I saw something where it was like Panthers versus Steelers Thursday night game.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, what I would do to watch that shitty game.
Oh, every year I say, hey, this year I'm going to record a Monday night game that I can't watch. Not even that I can't watch, but I feel like isn't a good matchup, and I'm going to save it for May. And I'm going to try and block out the memory of who wins that game for at least like 6 months, and then go watch it like I'm watching it for the first time. Okay. Desire best. It's out of control how late preseason football games start, but what can you do? So here we go. Bo Nix will start. I think he puts together a really good first quarter. You know who your starting quarterback will be week 1 in Seattle, which, listen, that should be, like, not the goal, because if you want to accomplish that, you can easily just start him for the sake of starting him, but you should start him for the right reasons. And if he looks the part of an NFL starting quarterback more or the same as Jarrett Stidham, that's going to be a big sigh of relief to this coaching staff that he's already off to a nice start.
I love this. I love when they do
the parachute
the guy
in.
Parachuting in.
It's the
That's
best.
always so fun. He always sticks to landing, too.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Bo Nix warming up with Tim Patrick. Come on. Scotty Gange. 9 News. Let's go. Broncos getting ready. Alex Forsythe doing a couple of pass blocking reps. By the way, I like the uniforms as we see more variations and combinations of them. It takes a little getting used to, but overall, I think they are an improvement from previous uniforms. And that's ultimately what matters the most. 621 people watching. We have 202 likes. We're not even at 50%. More than half of you have not liked the video. Change that right now if you want the Broncos to win. Let's keep the good mojo going into the regular season. Yeah, Cynthia Freeland, who's on the pregame show right now for NBC, pointing out average field position in 2024 preseason, 29-yard line. 2023 preseason, 26-yard line. Average return yards, 25, which is up 2 yards. Percentage of returns, 80% this preseason compared to 21.8% last year. So the thing is that teams are starting to notice, if they're getting out to the 29-yard line, why not just kick it out the back of the end zone and give them it at the 30? Like, why fight tooth and nail for the difference of 1 yard? Broncos will kick. Packers will receive. Solid sized crowd for a preseason game, albeit at kickoff. I've seen worse. I feel like this is one of the more filled stadiums I've seen for a preseason game. All right. This kick goes into the end zone for a touchback. Steve Levy, my man. First and 10. Here we go. No Jordan Love starting for the Green Bay Packers, by the way. The Packers started a lot of their real starters in preseason week 1. So that was kind of their, starters day, and then they rest them for the next 2. So it'll be Sean Clifford at quarterback for Green Bay. I have no idea how he made it to the NFL. Penn State grad. First and 10 for Green Bay. Ball, fumble. Recovered by Sean Clifford, and he holds on to it for a 1-yard loss. Ball came loose at the snap. There is a flag. I think it might be a face mask. It looked like someone might have grabbed Clifford's face mask, trying to maybe get the football or bring him down. Keep hitting that sub button. Face mask. I think it's on Damari Mathis. So not an ideal. Oh, no, not Damari Mathis. Devon Key. Newer name.
We're 6 subs away from 23,800.
First and 10. It is Pat Surtain and Riley Moss starting at cornerback. Clifford will hand it off. It is a run to the left. No gain on the play. Looks like John Franklin Myers was in the middle of that stop. Second down coming up. So, yeah. NBC highlighting. Oh, I like this one that they're highlighting. Iyome Wazurike. He was a 4th-round draft pick 2 years ago. Suspended all of last year due to violating the gambling policy. But he was reinstated. So we'll get a look at him for the first time in a long time. And then Cody Barton, who was also on our list, a player to watch. 2nd and 9. Snap to Clifford. Throws to the right. This is caught near the numbers. And a tackle is made after a gain of 5. Third down coming up. There is no one to watch on the Green Bay side. If you highlight the backup quarterback as a player to watch, you've got an issue. There's a lot of people there. I mean, I've seen a lot of the preseason crowds just passing by TVs and things like that, mostly empty. Broncos Country showed up tonight. They want to see Bo Nix. 3rd and 3. In the gun, Clifford takes the snap across the 50. Going deep down the left sideline with it. Through the receiver's hands. Riley Moss in coverage. How about this? A starting wide receiver catches that. Like, it was not an easy play for the receiver, and it was maybe overthrown by a hair, but the receiver had Riley Moss beat. It's not bad coverage, but it's a play that could be made. Not sticky coverage by Moss. 4th and 3 now. Packers are going to keep the offense on the field. At the Denver 48. Snap to Clifford. He throws again down the left sideline. This time it's also incomplete. He was going after Jaquan McMillan. Hit the receiver kind of in the chest, but very tight coverage. It would not have been an easy play. Turnover on down. That's what's most important here. So nice job by McMillan. No, I lied. This is broken up by McMillan. McMillan has his left hand right on the receiver's chest and just bats it away. Great play by 29. Awesome pass breakup. 1st and 10 Denver at midfield. Bo Nix starting at quarterback. And on 1st and 10, they hand it off to Javonte Williams. Maybe a gain of 1. Luke Wattenberg is in at center. Alex Forsythe is in at left guard. So kind of a win-win for Denver. If Ben Powers can't play, might as well have both of your centers competing for the starting gig on there at the same time. So it goes Bowles, Forsythe, Wattenberg, Miners, McGlinchey. Nix in the gun. 2nd down and 9. It's a pitch right, and Williams will pick up about 7. No, make it 8 yards. He gets right to the 1st down marker, but just shy. Good run by 33. He's just not easy to bring down on your first try. Might not be the fastest guy on the field, but he's going to be pound for pound one of the strongest. At Avery, there is a raffle tonight, $5 entry, and it's a Broncos hat. Third and 1. Under center, I formation. From the Green Bay 43. Play fake. Nix looking to throw. Over the middle. Has his tight end for a 1st down. Adam Trotman. 4th and 1. You don't need a whole bunch of yardage. Takes the easy throw. Moves the sticks. Nice play by 10. Spam those ones. Good decision making by Bo. Don't need to get it all on 1st down. Nice catch by Trotman. 1st and 10. Snap to Nix. Another pass over the middle. Caught. Patrick. Gain of 5. 2 quick hitters for Bo Nix in his first 2 pass attempts as a preseason starter.
We just hit 23,800 subscribers.
Let's go.
Baby.
Players to watch on offense. Jaleel McLaughlin, Greg Dulcich, Troy Franklin. May I suggest Bo Nix? I think that'd be a good player to watch on offense. Ed Avery with a $5 super chat. Ed, we'll get that on screen for you in just a moment. 2nd and 6, I formation. Nix fakes the pitch, rolls out to the right, throws, caught. Patrick, gain of 12, 1st down. Out towards the 20-yard line as they make their way towards the Prize Picks red zone. Bo Nix, 3 for 3 to open up the game. Nothing crazy, but he's moving the ball. He's keeping the offense on schedule. I feel like as a rookie, so much of it is, hey, don't try to get it all at once. Take what the defense gives you. Live to see another down. First and 10. Snap to Nix. Throw to the left. Caught Jaleel McLaughlin in the flat trying to find space. He's going to find about 3 yards, and that'll bring up second down. I don't give a buck. Let's show him in the country club. Sorry. Second and 6. Nix under center. I formation. Inside the Prize Picks red zone at the 18. Hands it off to to McLaughlin, excuse me. Gain of 4. Nice drive by Denver. I mean, good starting field position right at their own 48, but still. Positive yardage pretty much every single play here. Methodically moving down the field. Spicy Nugs with a super chat. Thank you. 3rd and 3. Snap to Nix. Nix looking, climbing the pocket. He will run with it. No, he throws. Touchdown. He threw it ahead of the line of scrimmage. This is going to be a flag. It's a touchdown for a moment, but this is going to be an illegal forward pass. It's a touchdown for a second. This is right. This is going to be called back. Unless like a toe was behind the line of scrimmage, he looks way ahead of the line of scrimmage when he throws his football. Am I the only one that noticed this? Am I crazy? I mean, maybe I was looking at the wrong line. It looked like he had clearly crossed the line of scrimmage. Steve Levy's so confused. They're going to look at, I'll tell you what it is. He's 2 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. Right? Is anyone else watching on TV and saw the same thing that I saw? Yeah, I mean, it was a nice play until he crossed the line of scrimmage. Yeah. Right. The moment he released the ball, I was like, well, this is not going to happen. Like he looks a full yard ahead of the line of scrimmage. At Avery, I'm in. You're in, Mr. Avery. $5 super chat, and you can get into our Broncos hat raffle, which we'll do at the 2-minute warning of the 4th quarter. Yeah. I was like, I don't want to be the rain cloud here, but I'm not even trying to be like a Bo Nix hater or something. This is just not going to stand. All right, I'm glad we all saw the same thing. I was like, why is the broadcast not even picking up on it? Steve Levy's like blowing his load over this pass, and I'm like, it's a nice pass and all, but like this isn't going to stand. Okay, so I'm glad we all, Steve, they're going to review something. Steve, come on. That's why I love Steve Levy. Here's my Twitter bio forever. Steve Levy is my favorite comedian. It took 7 minutes of game time for him to make me laugh. He's going to come back. Folks, we discovered while reviewing that he may have crossed the line of scrimmage. Steve, were you not watching the play? Spicy Nuggets, thanks for the stream. Spicy Nuggets, thank you so much for supporting us. Go Broncos, dude. And then you're already on it. Here we go. I don't give a buck. Getting added right now getting on screen right now. The blue and orange club. So we're going to put this list of names on screen for the entire 2024 season. We're going to get you guys during our daily videos throughout the week. We're going to show you as much love as we can. Oh, Steve Levy, look how far ahead Bo Nix is at the line of scrimmage. It's a nice play. He steps in the pocket very nicely. You know what? It's closer than I thought. So, okay, they took it off. I thought it was not. I thought it was more egregious than that. So it's a loss of down. I thought it was a 5-yard penalty as well. The broadcast said 4th and 3. They just changed to 4th and 8. There it is. So touchdown unfortunately wiped away. It will be a field goal attempt instead from Will Lutz. Yeah. So Will Lutz will trot on for a pretty short field goal attempt. So let's just talk about that first drive because everyone wants to know what everyone thinks about Bo Nix, and albeit still a small sample size, it's one drive, but it was a really good drive. Like, sure, he unfortunately crossed the line there at the end. You know, we can live with a mistake or two here and there in the preseason, but overall, I felt like he did a really good job of not trying to bite off more than he can chew, running the offense how Sean Payton wants to, and also keeping the offense on schedule. Converting third downs, moving the sticks, right? Keeping the ball moving down the field. One drive, but a very good drive, I'd say. It's a scoring drive. Not every single drive has to result in a 75-yard touchdown pass. I don't give a buck with a $5 super chat. I don't give a buck. My wife wants that hat, LOL. Well, she's been added to the race. We should do Mrs. I don't give a buck. Yeah. And that way, if her duck specifically wins, yes, I don't give a buck and even pass it off as like I won the hat. Good drive from Bo Nix. Like, good drive, great drive. I'll say great drive. Great drive. A lot of scoring drives from Bo so far. From the Colts game to this game. Good stuff. Good stuff. Encouraging stuff. Bo Nix, opening drive. 4 for 4, 26 yards. All right, the return starts at the goal line, which feels like the most optimal place to kick it. Return gets to the 30. So there were very good intentions with this new rule to promote kick returns. But we just saw right there, even when you kick it to ideally the best place to encourage in a return, the 1-inch line, they still get to the 30. So if they're going to get to the 30, why not just kick it out of bounds and save everyone the risk of injury on a tackle? I agree. Like, I still like the intent, but I think that's going to be the response from teams. We're just going to kick it out of the back of the end zone still and take the 30-yard line guarantee because that's what they get to pretty much even when we don't kick out of the back of the end zone. Run to the left, gain of 3 yards. I still see pretty much the entire starting defense in for Denver. Nick Bonito is in, no Baron Browning. So that's one notable adjustment. But other than that, Zach Allen, Jonathan Cooper, the whole squad's in there. K-Dub 47, let's go. Second and 7. Under center, Clifford takes the snap as the play clock expired. Dropbacks to pass. Allen pressuring him. Quick throw, caught, tight end, first down. Zach Allen was closing in on Clifford. Packers QB lucky to get away and finds an open man for a first down. Haven't seen a ton of Nick Bonito in training camp. He was dealing with a back injury. Oh, we got Baron Browning there. Excuse me. I didn't see the number. That's my fault. First and 10. Under center, Clifford takes the snap. It's a handoff left side for the running back and solid 3-yard run, but P.J. Locke and Jonathan Cooper met him and brought him down. Reginald is ready for a new Broncos jersey. Can I interest you in a number 10? Second down. under center. Clifford hands it off left side. And met at the line of scrimmage. I think Zach Allen and Alex Singleton were one of the first two to meet the rusher. There is a flag on the play. 669 people watching. Very nice. But what's not nice is only 258 likes. Hit that thumbs up button, everyone. There is a penalty on the Packers holding replay second down. K-Dub with a $5 super chat. K-Dub gets added to the Broncos hat raffle. K-Dub, appreciate you for watching and supporting us. Go Broncos, K-Dub. Second and 17. In the gun. Snap to Clifford. Throws to the left. Tackled right at the line of scrimmage and pushed back. P.J. Locke and Alex Singleton. Gotta really like what you're seeing out of Alex Singleton. He has really stepped into that role nicely. Ever since he came over from the Eagles, where he was kind of just a special teamer, and now he's blossomed into the leader of this defense. The green dot, the signal caller, the man in the middle, and he's done an awesome job. Leading the team in tackles for 2 straight seasons.
Get those S's in the chat, man. 3rd and 17. Let's go.
3rd and 17. Snap to Clifford. On 3rd and long, it's a screen. Hauled in. Return is going to, or the carry, reception, if I could speak, goes for 10 yards. 4th down. That's the most important part. K-Dub, always my man. Your channel is my favorite after winning number 2 jersey and hat last year. I forgot about that, K-Dub. We had some really fun raffles last year. Cool giveaways. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm sorry that you got a jersey the year that they retired that jersey, though. Not ideal timing on that front, but still a cool jersey to get. The Packers will punt with under 5 to play in the fourth quarter. In the first quarter. Punt gets away. Return will bounce into the end zone. So it'll be Denver's ball at their own 20. Who's ready to watch more of Bo Nix? I am. You are. In just a moment. First, though, while they're at commercial, I want to tell everyone watching about our friends over at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. With over 5 million active members, it's super simple and user-friendly because all you've got to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. I'm talking turning $10 into $1,000. So if you're looking for promotions, Prize Picks has got you covered every week. They lower select players' stat projections on Tuesdays to help your lineup hit. Now, speaking of lineups, this is a selection example for the upcoming season that I'm rolling with. I like the less on Patrick Mahomes' passing yards. Kelsey's getting older, regressed a little bit last year. Marquise Brown is injured. That's a big number. I'll take the less, and I'll regret it later. Give me the more on Tyreek Hill and Saquon Barkley's yardage, and then the more on Garrett Wilson at receptions. So if you like my selections, feel free to download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS for a first-time deposit match up to $100. That's code CLNS on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy at Prize Picks. 23,826 subscribers. Let's make a deal. If we can get to 23,850, which we just got one subscriber closer, I'm going to pick one more person out of the chat for a free entry into our Broncos hat raffle. So if you want to get a Broncos hat for absolutely no cost and a free subscription to our channel, which you can cancel at any point if you don't like the content, hit the sub button right now. Let's get ourselves to 23,850. We are closing in 22 subs away as Lee Allen with a $5 super chat. Lee, appreciate you supporting the channel like that. Coming on screen in just a moment. Hit the sub button. 21 to go. Hell, my fitted cap bright orange Broncos hat has put some age on it. I need a new one, LOL. Bo Nix playing 61 game looks to me like a good thing to BH. Referring to 61 games at the FBS level, yeah, he's looking very comfortable under center. Like, he is not looking like a fish out of water and needs a lot of time to develop. First down for Bo Nix in the offense at their own 20. It's a pitch to Williams. He sprints up the middle, gain of 8. Second down and 2. ZZ Harrington, what's going on? Thank you for tuning in. Second down coming up. Lee Allen super chat. I formation, 2nd and 2. It's a handoff to the fullback, Mike Burton. He gets 2 yards and a first down. So the Broncos using the ground game to move the sticks early on here. Lee Allen, hell, my fitted cap. Oh, we'll get that back on screen. Sorry. I was slow to read it. Hell, my fitted cap, bright orange Broncos has put some age on it. I need a new one. LOL. Bo Nix playing 61 games looks like a good thing to me. Yeah, I would agree, Lee. And also, I don't really care if a quarterback comes out 24 versus 21. Most quarterbacks, like the best ones, are always in their late 30s anyway, I feel like. 1st and 10, Williams will throw, and on the screen gets about 15 yards. Let me rephrase what I just said. Most quarterbacks tend to play their best football when they're in their 30s anyway. You know what I mean? Like, Tom Brady was better in his 30s than his 20s. Aaron Rodgers was better in his 30s than his 20s. Of course, you have Mahomes, Lamar, and Herbert, who are good right now, but I think you could argue they might even be better when they get in their 30s. So a rookie being 23, 24 versus being 20 or 21, you could look at it as they're just going to be a few years sooner to when they play their best football. 1st and 10, pistol formation, play fake for Nix. He's going to survey, step up and avoids a sack, and then gets hit after a 1-yard gain. Nothing there. Try to flash the wheels. Ultimately just gets 1 yard. Atlantis Gaming, can we get to 25K by week 1? That's 3 weeks away from today. And we're almost 1,000 subs away from that. 1.2 we'll call it. Definitely feasible. Would be incredible if we got to 25K by week 1. 2nd and 10 coming up. Bo Nix under center. Puts Mims in motion. Takes the snap. Play fake. Free rusher coming at him, and he just throws into the dirt. So a bit of a busted play with a wide open defender just charging the quarterback. And that is Nix's first incompletion with 1:30 left in the opening quarter. Third down coming up. Quiet while the offense is at work. Nix in the gun on 3rd and 9 from his own 46. Takes the snap. Nix throwing. First down marker. Caught. First down. Tim Patrick. Man, it's so awesome to see Tim Patrick. Not just on the field like a, hey, good for him, like as if he's like a charity case. No, he's kicking ass and taking names too.
That was a solid throw.
Yeah, awesome throw by Bo
really
Nix
good
too.
Throw.
Wow, Nix had a higher completion percentage over Mac Jones by the tiniest, probably just one extra completion. 1st and 10. Nix will hand it off up the middle. Jaleel McLaughlin picking up 9 to 10 yards and a first down. You know, I think
back-to-back first downs, baby.
The new thing we're seeing from Jaleel this year was last year we always talked about him as more of a gadget guy. Like, hey, get him a screen, get him in space, right? They just gave him the ball right up the middle. I mean, he runs between the left guard and the left tackle, and he sprints through that hole and gets 12 yards. Is it raining? Oh, I detect rain. That's not fun. 1st and 10. Nix will hand it off, run to the right for Williams. He's going to get stopped. 2 flags come down. So I think we're going to get a hold. I just don't know what the second flag is. Holding on Lucas Kroll. 1st down will get replayed. Yep. Oh, boys and girls, come on. It's barely even a plural number. 6 of you. I'm going to say names. If I say your name, I kind of like this. If I say your name, you have to like the video right now. Ready? I'm going to go with Johnny. Not John's, Johnny. If you go by Johnny, I want all the mics. Can I get an Alan? And how about an Andrew? Those 4 people have to like the video. Those 4 people have to like the video. Oh. There it is. So, quarter number 1 in the books. I really hope there was an Andrew watching that was like, I'm not going to like this guy's videos. Like, damn, he called me out. Yeah. Super Chat menu for today's watch party. $2 Super Chat if you've got a question or a take. If you're like, hey, I had this idea I want to share with all 837 people watching. $2 Super Chat, we'll throw it on screen. $5 gets you entered into our Broncos hat raffle entry. $10, we got the Broncos Mile High Club, which is our hard hat for the entire season. And then we'll show the Blue and Orange Club next year. If you want to get added onto this hat, $10 Super Chat. We bring this hat with us to every single watch party, and we'll throw it up for everyone to see. We've got guys like I Don't Give a Buck, Ryan Hall. We've got Jawan Powell, Mr. AK, Brett R., John E., Brett Rogers, Kyle Beck, Carey, Elia Munson, Logan, VT92. So $10 Super Chat gets you added. And then here's the Blue and Orange Country Club. Slap Yourself and I Don't Give a Buck. Members of the club will put their names on screen during our daily videos we put out on the channel. We'll also give plenty of shout outs to them throughout the entire 2024 season watch party. So if you really like the content we produce and you want to get added to the Blue and Orange Club, $100 Super Chat. We're going to give you more shout outs than you can handle all season long. So that's our Super Chat menu. If you enjoy what we provide and you want to throw a little bit of something our way, greatly appreciated. If you can't do that, not a problem. I just ask, like the video. It's free, and it really does help support the channel. Okay. For the next 60 seconds, every single time we get a share, that's a jumping jack. So click the share button, send it to a friend, send it to a grandparent. Grandparents, if you don't know, will click on any link ever sent to them, and then they'll give you your password if you ask nicely too. So send it on to a family member, tweet it out, post it on Facebook. Every single share is going to be a jumping jack for me. Nick's on 1st and 10 will tuck it and run, and on 1st and 20, I should say, after the hold, he's going to get about 10 yards or so. Cortland Sutton kind of got into a little bit of a battle with it. 40 seconds left in the share clock. Hit the share button, send it to someone. Every single one's a jumping jack for your man. Second and 10, Nick's definitely displaying his athletic mobility. Nick's in the gun. Takes the snap. Nick's throwing right side. Rifle caught, 1st and goal. Cortland Sutton. An absolute rope from 10 to 14. 1st and goal, Denver. Bo Nix, he's got the starting gig. Inside the Prize Picks red zone. Was that kind of a no-look pass? No, I think the camera angle just deceived me. But that's a great throw from Nix. Plenty of zip on the ball.
And just to chime in, it looks like we got 8 chairs. So that's 8 jumping jacks.
8 jumping jacks. Thank you. First and goal. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The clock, this is why I love the preseason. Somehow there's only 21 seconds left in the second quarter. That clock went way, that quarter flew by. Timeout call by Denver. Ed Avery with a $10 super chat. Put my name on the blue hat. Ed, ask and you shall receive. Ed Avery's closing in on the Blue and Orange Country Club. Ed Avery getting added. K-Dub getting added to the Mile High Club. First and goal. Nix from the 4. Hands it off. Right side. And McLaughlin gets just 1. K-Dub 47 getting added. K-Dub, didn't I just add you? Or no, I just added, I don't give a buck. I'm sorry. Second and goal. Patrick throwing. End zone. Touchdown. Tim Patrick. Oh, I don't know who to be more excited for. Bo Nix or Tim Patrick. Everyone's mobbing Tim Patrick right now. Oh, that's awesome. Bo Nix, play fake, roll out to the right. Tim Patrick's all by himself, and he's in for 6. Tim Patrick, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get me wrong. Bo Nix throwing a touchdown pass is awesome, but my heartstrings are pulling to Tim Patrick. Can we start spamming 12 in the chat for TP? Start spamming 12 in the chat for Tim Patrick. I mean, his last touchdown came when? November 2021, maybe December 2021. Can someone go tell me Tim Patrick's last touchdown? I partially think he caught a touchdown in week 18 of 2021 season, which I believe that game was against the Chiefs. Okay, Ed Avery. Ed Avery added to the Mile High Club. And let me add K-Dub right now. So, thoughts on that drive from Bo Nix. Again, really good stuff. He's not overcomplicating it. He's not trying to do too much, but he's staying on schedule. He's moving the ball down the field, and he's also ripping off big plays too, explosive plays. That's the buzzword people look for. Finds Cortland Sutton for a solid gain of 15-plus yards. So we're getting a little bit of everything from Bo Nix. Really good stuff from number 10. K-Dub 47 getting added right there. Overall, it's hard not to be really excited about what 10 is doing on the field. He's your week 1 starter. 12's coming in from VT92. It's good to see you, man. Along with Anthony Thomas, Jose Soto, Post and Ghost, Ed Avery, James Myers, Richard. We got Robert. Yeah, Ed Avery. I got to tie my shoes. In the meantime, read some shout-outs.
47. Me too, please. I can always use another hat. Me too, K-Dub. I have multiple hats, but I wear them to the gym sometimes. So I have one hat where I'm like, it's only a gym hat because it's kind of stinks a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, I can't wear that out because if I walk outside for a couple seconds, I'll sweat in the hat, and then it just doesn't smell good. So I have like 2 or 3 hats that I can wear as like normal hats, but you can always use more.
My hat, my dog when she was a puppy, not chewed up, but like kind of chewed up, just the front bill of it. So it actually makes it look like it's really old and vintage when the hat was pretty new at the time. And so now I love wearing it, and people go like, man, that hat's seen some stuff, hasn't it? I'm like, it's seen my dog's teeth. Like, that's what happened. But I play it off like, yeah, it's a pretty cool hat. Yep, touchback. I think Will Lutz is learning about the altitude a little bit here. I don't think that first kick he had was intended to go into the end zone for a touchback, but the thin air kind of took it away from him. So Bo Nix, though, on that drive. Let's see what the stats were for Nix, leading Denver to a touchdown. Um, 8 of 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown. This is Steve Levy just said, some people said Tim Patrick's on the bubble. Show me these people. Like, maybe a little bit when he restructured his contract, but no. 1st and 10 for Green Bay. It's a gain of 2. Mostly starters still in the game. Baron Browning, Riley Moss, Zach Allen, P.J. Locke. So the starters getting, my guess is, like, one more series on both ends. Like, the offense has had 2 long series so far. Unless you just want to watch Bo Nix highlights, I think you've seen mostly everything you need to see from Bo Nix to be comfortable with him.
I mean, his throws were perfect.
Yeah.
Like, on a rope, leading them perfectly. There's nothing really more you can ask for from your quarterback, and he's a rookie.
Anthony, thank you for doing the checking on this. December 19th, 2021 is the last time Tim Patrick scored. Was that the Lions game? I partially think that was around the time the Lions came to town. What game was that? They're not going to cut Troy Franklin. 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8. Span those threes. I don't think we've had an incomplete pass yet. I think there's only been one incompletion for either side. 3rd and 8. Clifford will pass. Rolling. And he's sacked. He's an idiot. Zach Allen sacks him. I think Clifford was terrified of hearing incomplete. So he just took the sack instead. Zach Allen sacks him. Zach Allen's day is done. He's like, all right, I got my sack. How much more of this do you want to watch? Nice play by Zach Allen. True story. My aunt was in town, and my cousin lives here. So we got dinner together, and they're not sports fans at all. But Zach Allen is married to a girl from their hometown, so they know of Zach Allen, and they always ask me how he's doing, no matter what time of the year it is. Like in March, like, how's Zach doing? I'm like, good. I don't know. I haven't seen him play in a long time. Uh-oh. The Packers punted it away. I thought it'd be an ordinary punt, but I think we have a roughing the punter or running into the punter, and that might be a first down. Roughing the kicker. This will be a first down Green Bay. That's on J.L. Skinner. That's a bonehead play. Let's watch this. Yeah. When you get the plant leg, it's roughing. When you get the kicking leg, it's running into. One's a first down, one's 5 yards. He's close to blocking it, but yeah. We got a super chat? I missed that one. Oh, from night. Okay, yeah. 1st and 10. Packers at their own 36. No, Steve. It's the 36. Clifford throws right side. Incomplete pass. Denver thinks it's a fumble recovered by them. It's incomplete pass. I always try to time up the incomplete when you're not at the game on TV. Incomplete. No, this is guys. This is an incomplete pass, not a fumble. Jackson Watt is at the game right now. That's awesome, Jackson. Enjoy. One moment, Mr. State Champion Douglas Bearcats. 2nd and 10 for the Packers. Clifford hands it off right side. Gain of about 5. Starting to see some more backups in. I see Angelo Blackson, Nick Benito's in. That looks like Jonas Griffith or Justin Stranad. Scratch that. Damari Mathis is in. So we're starting to get more backups in. 1991 state champion Douglas Bearcats. The Broncos are my all-time favorite sports team, and as a huge Oregon Ducks fan, having Bo Nix as the Broncos quarterback is a dream come true. One moment. 3rd and 5. Handoff left side, and this will be a gain of just 1. And Denver's going to force a punt. Jonah Ellis made the tackle, but he's getting up. Oh, gosh. Jonah Ellis is kind of like this. He's like holding his hand. He's a little banged up. Maybe he just kind of got his funny bone hit. He's kind of like trying to shake it loose. It was a really nice tackle by the rookie. Yeah. It looks pretty ordinary to me. He quickly met with the trainers coming off the field. All right, we'll monitor that one for you guys. Yeah, Packers punted away, so ball don't lie. Punt goes into the end zone. It's an awful punt. This is awesome. I'm very happy for you because there is nothing better than when your college team and your pro team overlap. They have a love child, and your favorite player from college gets picked by your favorite player from the NFL. It's the best. And I say that not even as if that's happened to me. Like, Tennessee has not produced an absurd amount of first-round, second-round draft picks lately. So I can't really relate, but I can understand and picture it. And that would be awesome. So 1991 state champion Douglas Bearcats, I'm jealous. Okay, while we're at commercial break here, today's show is brought to you by Prize Picks. Prize Picks, if you don't know, is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks by with 4 correct picks, turning $10 into $1,000. If you're looking for promotions, Prize Picks has got you covered every week. From lowering select player stats projections on Tuesdays to giving your entry fees back if you have a losing lineup on Fridays. Let me give you my selections for the upcoming season. I like the less on Patrick Mahomes' passing yards. It's a big number. I like the more on Tyreek Hill and Saquon Barkley's yardage, and then the more on Garrett Wilson's receptions. So if you like these selections here, download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code CLNS on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Okay. Yeah, just got to shorten it. We are 30 subs away. Ooh, Broncos trivia. In the Broncos' victory over the Packers in the Super Bowl 32, I didn't read it fast enough. I was like trying to decipher the Roman numerals for a moment. Well, it sounded like good trivia, and I wish I was a faster reader. So, Bo Nix's day is done. Jarrett Stidham is in. Bo Nix, you are the Broncos starting quarterback. Bo Nix in this game went 8 for 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown. In the preseason, 23 for 30, 205 yards, 2 touchdowns. I'll be honest, it doesn't matter what Jarrett Stidham does in the next quarter and a half or so. he could probably drop back and throw 275-yard touchdowns, and the response will be, yeah, well, that was against the Packers backups. Like, he's at that point now, it don't matter. It's Bo Nix. Everyone, I'll be the Jarrett Stidham tries to avoid the sack. There's a holding call as a flag comes in. I'm probably not the first one to announce it, but I'm the most recent one to announce it. Bo Nix is your starter for NFL Week 1 in Seattle against the Seahawks. Why? He earned it. Like, he didn't get it because he was the first-round draft pick. They didn't just toss him out there because they want to see him play. He went out there and won the job. In 2 preseason games, he shined. 23 for 30, 205 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's winning. And not that Jarrett Stidham has done a bad job, but you just can't refute those numbers and say that man's not the starter. We have 1,000 people watching right now. I need your help. If we can get to 24,000 subscribers, we're going to go live again next week for the Broncos-Cardinals preseason finale. Hit the sub button down below. Help us reach that milestone. We are a little over 100 subs away. We'll put the live sub counter on screen in a moment so you guys can see us getting closer and closer as Jarrett Stidham throws an incomplete pass on 2nd and 17, which will bring up 3rd and 17. We're 125 subs away. Let's get there.
K-Dubs Angels, are you messing with us? You unsub and then resub just to see the number move? Are you messing around?
Denver Broncos fan, we are doing a raffle. It's a $5 entry for a Broncos hat. And good to see you again. Appreciate you stopping by. 3rd and 17. Stidham throws, caught, Dulcich. Ooh, escapes a tackle. Died for the first down. He's got it. Flag comes in. You needed that from Greg Dulcich. He took a little bit of a hit, but man, he needs to play football, right? First down, Broncos. There's a flag. I think it's going to go against Green Bay anyway. No update on Jonah Ellis. Yeah, unnecessary roughness on the Packers. I'm looking for a Jonah Ellis update. Can I get... Jonah Ellis went into the blue medical tent, like a left arm injury, but he popped out of the tent pretty quickly as well. You guys want to see me make a short live? Let's do that, because...
A little behind the scenes action here.
I mean, Bo Nix is the starter. While I'm doing this,
Stidham.
you're going to get live play-by-play from Reed.
Ooh, a little live play-by-play.
Hop in your play-by-play bag.
I'm hopping in. Let me put this on because we got 880 subs. We got 7.5 minutes left in the second quarter. Really good showing from the Broncos. It's 10-0. We got Jarrett Stidham trying to win over the hearts of the Broncos fans right now because the coaching staff, they got Bo Nix as number 1. Passes over the middle to
Greg Dulcich.
Greg Dulcich.
That's
sorry.
okay.
I
put Reed on an island.
Well, his name, I was blanking for a second. I had a
Yep.
brain fart. So it looks like just short of the first down, though. So we've got probably, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. I would say maybe a run up the middle with Samaje Perine.
Okay. Let's make ourselves a little short.
All right. Stidham drops back. Oh, just misses. I don't know who that was outside.
That looks like Audric Estime.
Audric Estime. I can't see the numbers from here.
Okay.
4th down. 4th and 1. That is why
Bo
Jarrett
Nix.
Stidham will be the backup quarterback.
Yeah, not that.
That is an easy throw to a running back coming out of the backfield. and he missed him. Threw it way behind him. It's just terrible throw.
All right, here we go. You ready, boys and girls? What do you go? 23 for 30, 205 yards in the preseason. 4th and 1, there's a whistle before the Broncos can snap it. Bo Nix, you are the Broncos starting quarterback week 1. He wraps up preseason week 2 going 8 for 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown. In 2 preseason games, he goes 23 for 30, 205 yards, and 2 touchdowns. It's not that Jarrett Stidham has done anything bad or horrible. It's just that Bo Nix has simply taken the lead in the quarterback battle. And I don't think this is even, you got to start him because he's the rookie. I think this is, you got to start him because he's the best quarterback on this roster. It was only a matter of when, and it's happened before the season gets underway. Bo Nix, you are the Broncos starting quarterback.
That was funny. Reginald said, "Hey, no photos." It looked like you were taking a picture of the chat.
I went to a comedy club. They put your phone in like a zip bag, like what you do if you're mailing like sensitive, papers and files. Riley Dixon had a very nice punt inside the 10-yard line. All right, just a stinger for Jonah. That's good.
All right, I got a deal for you, people. I have to use the restroom. If I get back and we're at $200 total in Super Chats, we're at 180 right now. If I come back and we're at 200, I'm shotgunning a Happy Dad.
If we're at what number?
If we're at $200 total in Super Chats.
Oh, in Super Chats.
And we just got
there's
10 bucks right there.
Well, now we're 10 away.
Now we're 10 away.
I don't give a buck. $10 Super Chat. How many raffle tickets am I allowed? If so, I want 2 more. So every Super Chat, 5 or more, I don't give a buck, is another entry. What I'm not doing, though, is if you send like $25, I'm not doing 5 raffle tickets because, A, for simplicity purposes, it would get pretty difficult for the producer to keep track of the increment of the Super Chat and how many tickets you get. There's just a lot of, not hard math, but math, and there's already so much the producer has to do. So to keep it simple, every Super Chat, 5 or more, is an entry for our Broncos hat giveaway. I don't give a buck with another $10 Super Chat. That gets us to 200. When Reed comes back from the little boys' room, he'll be shotgunning a beer. I don't give a buck is putting up a generational performance. I don't give a buck today is like Bo Nix going, I'm going to put out a stat line of this. Halftime, week 1, Denver is up 20-7, and Nix is 14 for 17, 180 yards and 2 touchdowns. How does that sound? 14 for 17, 187 yards and 2 touchdowns. Let's go. We got Florian Swanson, watching you guys with my 2-year-old. He cheers when I cheer. You guys are doing the Lord's work. Florian, that made my night, actually. Thank you so much for tuning in. And this is always a nice reminder that we got some youngins watching. So clean up the act, MJP, and watch the potty mouth, Matthew. So appreciate to you and your 2-year-old for hanging out with us for our watch party. Midway through the second quarter, Jonah Ellis is back in the game. Awesome to see. Jonah Ellis, I mean, if Bo Nix goes on to be a great quarterback, will be the best pick of that draft class. But, man, just from a value standpoint, I loved Jonah Ellis in round 3. Green Bay starting at their own 5-yard line. It's a handoff up the middle, and it's going to go for about 5 yards. Nick Bonito in the game. I'm looking for other names. Justin Stranad at linebacker. We're looking at the second stringers right now. I don't know this. I knew Jonah Ellis came from a big family. His brother, Caden Ellis, is the starting linebacker for the Falcons. Ask and you shall receive, Reed. Past $200 in super chats thanks to Florian Swanson's exclamation point. 2nd and 4. Handoff to the right side. Make a tackle, Damari. Nice job. Mathis, one-on-one. I love Steve Levy. Damari Mathis. Third down coming up. Third down. Spam those threes. Spam those threes. Third and 4. Snap to Clifford. Pressure, pressure. Throws, caught, first down. Damn it. Chris Abrams drained the rookie out of Mizzou, was in coverage. You go with shotgun. Whenever you get yourself ready. Yeah. 1st and 10. You know, this is a interesting stat that I think is pretty telling. Broncos first quarter wide receiver snap count. Cortland Sutton, 15. Tim Patrick, 11. Josh Reynolds, 8. After that, Lil Jordan Humphrey, 1. David Sills, 1. Marvin Mims, 1. This is probably more for me than anyone else. Maybe we need to slow down the expectations and hype for Marvin Mims. He's not even getting on the field with the starting offense. He's not. Right? The top 3 receivers are Sutton, Patrick, and Reynolds. Disappointing. It's early, but noteworthy. 2nd and 8. It's a handoff that's not going to get back to the line of scrimmage. Benito, a big bear hug in the backfield for a loss of 1. Nice job, 42. Mark, I'm thinking Tim Patrick's wide receiver too. Tim Patrick in 2021 put up a better year than Josh Reynolds ever has. I could be wrong, but if we get that version of Tim Patrick, that's going to be better numbers than Josh Reynolds. 6 subs away from 23,900. Let's get there before halftime. 3 minutes to go. There is a whistle here. Timeout call with 2:57. Green Bay was not ready to get this snap off. Jonas Griffith and Justin Stranad are in at linebacker. I don't give a buck. How many raffle tickets am I allowed? If so, I want 2 more. So we added I don't give a buck for another raffle ticket with his last 2 super chats. LOL, do it. And there's your shotgun. Okay, and then we got this last one here from Florian Swanson II. Tim Patrick is not getting cut. Maybe he was at risk of getting cut before training camp opened up because you didn't know what to expect out of him coming off an ACL and an Achilles injury. But he's looked like a top 3 receiver so far. You don't cut that guy. So, no. I think I would have mentioned Tim Patrick as a surprise cut candidate back in like June. It took, I would say, 1 training camp practice to be reminded, no, Patrick's not going anywhere, which is great. Florian Swanson with a $5 super chat. Watching you guys with my 2-year-old. He cheers when I cheer. You guys are doing the Lord's work. We love our work. So, Florian, thank you so much for supporting us. And tell your son, go Broncos. We gotta get your son a little Broncos Bo Nix jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a little youth small.
I like the there's like bibs that look like a jersey. I've seen those before. It's like it'll like have like a number 10 or whatever, and
Yeah.
it looks like a jersey. It's so funny.
Is John E in the chat right now? I'm seeing alter ego for John E. Good evening from Pittsburgh. John E. I mean, I don't give a buck, and John E. are a couple of Mount Rushmore members of the Broncos Breakdown YouTube channel. Okay, now I get the Bronco. Oh, Rod Smith didn't record a catch in the Super Bowl. It was the only game in his career he wasn't credited with a reception. However, he would catch the last touchdown pass to John Elway. That's pretty wild. Third down coming up here. John E., great to see you. 3rd and 10. Clifford rolling to the right. He's going to tuck it and run. And he's going to get the first with his legs. Nice scramble by 6. Pickup of 12. And the Packers with a donut on the board trying to muster up a 2-minute drill here. You want to do your shotgun at the 2-minute warning? That's like a good time. All right, shotgun coming at the 2-minute warning. First and 10. Short gain or no gain for the Packers, and they call a timeout too with 2:16 remaining in the half. 1 sub away. Someone sub. I love preseason broadcasts. We went from 2:16 to 18 seconds. Hey, there we go. And the insurance run. I think we can get to 24 before the game's over. That's the goal. We're 98 away.
If we get to 24 before the end of the game, I'll do a beer boot.
Beer boot before the end of the game if we get to 23,904 subscribers. 2nd and 9, play fake. Clifford rolling to the right, throwing downfield. It is caught, gain of 9 to 10. Inbounds, clock's ticking, and that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. Duran Walton, will Bo stay in for the third? Bo Nix's night is done. Jarrett Stidham played the last series, or maybe even 2 series, for the Broncos offense. Once Bo got out of the game, I feel like everyone wouldn't, not that they checked out of the game, but they're like, we saw what we wanted to see, and we know the answer now. Bo Nix is the starter. Like, we don't need to watch Jarrett Stidham to see, like, okay, let's see what he can do now. No, it's over. It's Bo. It's Bo time.
All right. Here we go. I have a
Happy Dad?
Happy Dad. I have my key.
You got some keys?
I have a key in my
Fun
pouch.
party trick. I like to use credit cards to
What?
puncture the hole. Yeah. If you like tilt the can, take a credit card, and just apply pressure to the air pocket in that spot, it'll open, and you don't get such a jagged entry. It's a much cleaner entry.
That's smart.
Yeah. Someone showed me that my freshman year of college.
College, man.
Duran, no, Bo Nix is done for the night. He's not coming in. My guess is Stidham will play until middle of the third, and it'll be Zach Wilson from there on out.
All right.
Ready?
This is thanks to I Don't Give a Buck and
I Don't Give a Buck
Swanson.
and Florian Swanson. Grade the
Getting us to
shotgun.
205.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Back up, back up. You don't want to get on the computer. Wow. That was flawless. I'll give it an A. Grade the shotgun. I'll give it an A. Grade it, grade it.
No spillage, I don't think, right?
No, hardly any spillage.
I had to
Maybe
make sure
a
that I
tiny
didn't get
little
on the
like
keyboard.
yeah. Sun is giving it an A. Time Man gives it an A. Clark gives it an A. I can smell the grape.
Yeah, it's
very grapey. It's very potent.
I like grape, though.
I'm not a big grape guy. I'm not a big fruit-flavored person when it comes to food and drinks. Two-minute warning,
right.
by the way. It's 10-0 Broncos over the Packers. Reed shotgunning for reaching $200. Mark Ryan, who do you think will be the biggest roster cut/trade? I think all three quarterbacks make the roster. I do wonder with Bo Nix establishing himself as the starter, if a team were to call for Jarrett Stidham, are they comfortable enough with Zach Wilson to flip Stidham? I don't think so. I don't know if a team's going to really make an offer that Denver can't refuse. I don't think they're dying to trade Stidham away. 3rd and 1. Play fake. Clifford will throw. This is incomplete. I wonder, if Stidham's going to be a graceful loser in this quarterback battle. Not that I know a lot about Stidham as a person, but I wonder if, that would be something where they go, yeah, I think it's best with him not being the starter to get out of here altogether.
I feel like he's been a backup for too long for him to be
a bad backup.
Why am I a backup?
Yeah,
still?
You're right. You're right.
He knows that he's sort of hit a roadblock that he can't really get past.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe he's accepted the fact that I'm a backup. He's still making a lot of money for being a backup on an NFL team. But you never know.
1st and 10. Jonah Ellis roughing the passer, gets the ball moved all the way out after a failed 3rd and 1 conversion to the 48 of Denver. Intercepted! Intercepted! Let's go!
Let's go!
Picked off! Keydron Smith. He had a pick last week in Indy, and he's got one tonight.
Let's go!
And Smith is making a good case for a roster spot. Smith jumping the route from the safety position. He just reads this, makes a play on the ball, and a nice return gets the offense in excellent field position.
Oh,
he moves all the way inside the 20. Denver is in the Prize Picks red zone.
Woohoo!
Nice play, 43. Florian Swanson with a super chat after the interception. Minute 43. Denver has 1 timeout remaining. Packers have 2 timeouts. We'll get that flip for you guys on the screen here. First and 10. It's a run for Audric Estime. No gain. Florian Swanson, oddly enough, I was just thinking about getting him something Broncos today, actually. Even my dog has a jersey. Got to get your son a jersey. Get a nice little baby jersey. I mean, I don't know what 2-year-old sizes are. 2nd and 11. Stidham throws. Caught inside the 10. That's Lucas Kroll. Who thinks Florian should get his son a Broncos Bo Nix jersey? Type me in the chat if you think he should. 3rd and 5, 40 seconds and counting from the 9-yard line. After the Keydron Smith interception, Stidham will run with it. And Stidham into the end zone. Touchdown! Stidham from the 9-yard line lowers his shoulder. He runs it in for 6. And Stidham, with 30 seconds left in the half, adds on another touchdown. What did I say earlier? If that was Bo Nix, by the way, everyone would be crapping their pants right now. it doesn't matter. Bo Nix won the job. Like, cool for Stidham. I'm not trying to take away from his moment, but I kind of feel like Kanye right now, where it's like Taylor Swift won the what's the line? Like, that's cool and all, but Beyonce's the one.
Beyonce should have won it. Yeah, or whatever he said. So it's definitely going to be Bo Nix, because when you were doing your short, he totally missed the running back coming out of the backfield. It was like the most easiest throw ever, and just totally missed him. And it's like, dude, come on. Mm-hmm. But great effort.
Yeah.
That's what you want to see out of the other quarterback that you have on your depth chart. That's huge.
That's a big win.
Packers player injured.
Yeah, we got an injured Packer on the play. So it's 16-0 Broncos.
Yeah, I got that.
Extra point will be en route in just a moment.
Too busy being excited with the touchdown.
Fair enough.
Oh.
So, rookie out of Washington for Green Bay, shaking up on that last play.
Check the chat.
Shaylin, nice shirt, Matthew. I like this shirt too. I like this shirt as well. You know I love Jarrett Stidham. You love Jarrett Stidham's wife, who I recently learned is famous. Her dad, owns the Rockets, I think? Something like that. The point being, if Jarrett Stidham does not make a living from the NFL, he's going to be just fine. That's Shay. That's the one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, not another one.
My current fiance.
Yeah. Okay. We got 30 seconds left in the first half. You got to wear Broncos face paint one of these weeks. That's probably not going to happen. Playoffs, we can talk about that. I don't know if Broncos Bucks 11 a.m. Mountain Time is going to get the face paint out. Yep. Okay. Let's get the first half stats up. We'll get Bo Nix's stats. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be no matter what the storyline here. But if you're just tuning in and you want to know what happened in the first half, what happened is Bo Nix went 8 for 9 for 80 yards, 1 touchdown, and basically won the quarterback job. That's the shortened version. The elongated version, Bo Nix looked comfortable. He looked in control. He was on time. He was on schedule. He had a flurry of different passes. He showed mobility. He really looked like everything you're looking for in a rookie quarterback. He actually didn't look like a rookie quarterback. Bo Nix, to me, looked like a second-year quarterback that learned a lot from the rookie season. That's just a part of the experience you get when a man starts 60-plus games in college football. So he comes in with loads of experience, and that's on full display. He takes what the defense gives him. He doesn't try to be too aggressive or try to put the ball in a spot where it doesn't belong. He kept them moving down the field, converting on third downs, moving the sticks, and making plays when he needed to. Bo Nix, he's your week one starter. He's your week one starter. I think he's your week one starter because he looks like the best quarterback on the team. Looks like the best quarterback on the team. That was my first half impression from Bo Nix. Ed Avery saying sub. Hit the sub button down below. Someone asked me earlier who could be a surprise trade or cut candidate. Briefly mentioned Stidham, but I still don't think that's going to happen. Working my way around the rest of the depth chart. I think Zach Wilson's going to make the 53-man. I think he's done a fine job. He has not looked like the best quarterback on the team, but I think Denver didn't trade for him just to cut him. I think Zach Wilson has looked what you expected. So I think they take 3 quarterbacks on this team. Zach Wilson being one of them. Keidron Smith, 2 picks. Caden Stearns, he's already cutting now, and Keidron Smith is making that look like an okay bet to make. Levi Wallace, the veteran corner. If Riley Moss really starts to settle into that starting role, they haven't seen much of him due to injury. Maybe they cut ties with him altogether. And Sean Clifford in the gun on 1st and 10 with 30 seconds. No, not Sean Clifford. Pass is batted away by Bonito. Michael Pratt, the rookie out of Tulane, is in at quarterback for Green Bay. Do you guys remember talking about Michael Pratt in our pre-draft coverage of hey, if Denver doesn't go quarterback at all in round 1 or 2 and they have to wait till day 3, this could be the pick. He's kind of a Sean Payton type quarterback. Let's watch Michael Pratt. What could have been? 2nd and 10 for Pratt. He'll hand it off, and this will hopefully be the last play of the half here as it goes for 5 yards. And Denver will be happy to run into the locker room, not only with a nice 17-0 lead, but knowing they have their starter in Bo Nix. Bo Nix is the starter. I'm going to keep repeating it. It's a done deal. So after 2 quarters of football, it's 17-0 good, guys. Mark, you think these preseason games are meaningless, or will it boost Denver's self-confidence? I don't think it's meaningless when the starters are playing. I feel like that gives them some good rhythm and mojo. So we'll get the stats from the first half on screen. We'll take a little halftime break ourselves. But the Broncos being powered by number 10, Bo Nix, 2 scoring drives. Let's see what Sean Payton has to say about the first half. Payton liking the energy, taking care of the football. Yeah, highlighting the turnover or the takeaway by Keidron Smith. Jack Kelly, your opinion on Jonathan Cooper contract this offseason? Let's see how this year goes. I don't think Cooper is going to be in line for a midseason extension. I think Browning would be more likely to receive that. But I don't think there's a reason why we can't see both come back. All right, we'll get the stats on screen. How would you guys grade Bo Nix? Grade Bo Nix in the preseason. I'll make this the poll while we get the stats from the first half on screen for you all. Grade Bo Nix's first 2 preseason games. Grade Bo Nix through 2 preseason games. A, B, C. I'm an idiot. Okay. Bo Nix, 8 for 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown. Let's get the whole stats on screen. I got to run to the little boys' room myself. That's the live poll right now. How would you grade Bo Nix through 2 preseason games? Get your votes in. And we'll be back for the second half. Mark Ryan, A-. Jeff saying A. Cash saying A. Raya's Gaming saying A. Cash Vincent, if you keep spamming, you're going to get blocked. So that's kind of your warning right now. All right, here are your first half stats. $17-0 Broncos. Javonte Williams had 3 carries for 17 yards. Tim Patrick, by the way, 4 grabs, 30 yards, 1 touchdown. Okay, we're going to be back in just a few minutes. 17-0 Broncos after 2. First half in the books, a good one for Bo Nix. 8 for 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown, 17-0, as Jarrett Stidham is out to begin the second half. A 1st and 10 handoff goes to, was that Samaje Perine? Yeah, he gets about 3 or 4 yards. Rain is still spitting down in the Mile High City. Samaje Perine running with the third stringers in a way. Like, he's the third running. Actually, I think he may have been the 4th running back off the bench. I forgot who it was. Asked me earlier, hey, who's a surprise cutter trade candidate? Samaje Perine. I've seen 3 running backs get a snap before him. Welcome back to our watch party. 2nd and 7 for Denver. Stidham under center. Takes the snap. It's a handoff. Perine running strong with it. Gain of about 6, and that'll bring up 3rd and 1. William? Where did this come from? I actually, if you go to my Twitter right now, I tweeted at our Raiders Report host, who's been an adamant Bo Nix hater, and I asked, who would you rather have, Bo Nix or Gardner Minshew? I'm waiting a response. No response so far. I will be checking in for you guys. 3rd and 1, it's a run for Perine. He gets the first. 1st and 10. Jarrett Stidham still in at quarterback. Man, like, I just feel for Stidham because he knows everyone's rooting for Bo Nix. There's just no one that's rooting for Jarrett Stidham, like, that they want to see Bo Nix fail so that Stidham can start. Like, I always approach it as Jarrett Stidham, it's his job to lose, and we'll find out when that happens. And it happened in the preseason. And Stidham is sacked. On 1st and 10, he is taken down, a big hit, and it'll bring up 2nd and long. Jimbo, they don't put the logos out traditionally until the start of the regular season. Remember last year, like, Sean Payton wasn't even putting the Broncos decal on helmets. And the reason why is he just didn't want to have the, like, equipment manager to have to do more work. So you usually don't see across the board any team put out, for a grass field, the logos until the regular season. 2nd and 17, it's thrown across the middle. Audric Estime picking up about 5 yards. Broncos for life. I know it's only preseason, but the Broncos looking pretty good. So I had a viewer ask me on Twitter about the correlation between preseason success and postseason success. It's not apples to apples or a straight line at all. And I'll explain after this 3rd down play as Stidham drops back to pass. He throws, caught 1st down. Lil Jordan Humphrey fighting for extra yards, going all the way to the Green Bay 40. Like, it's a nice play by Stidham. Doesn't matter. It's Bo Nix at QB1. Going back to 2021 when the NFL expanded to 17 games and they went from 4 preseason games to 3 preseason games, 9 teams that made the playoffs went 0-3 in the preseason. Yeah, that's the one. 1st and 10. Stidham throws, caught 1st down inside the red zone. Lucas Kroll. So this is my by-hand calculations. Denver currently at least in that 2-1 category. The point of this graphic is there's no connection. Like, it's not easy to go 3-0. By no means going 3-0 is a death sentence. You can still go to the playoffs. 4 teams have done it. There's just not a correlation at all. That last big throw, by the way, wiped away a low chop block by the running back. he's getting the defender that is getting engaged above the shoulders and below the hips, and that's a big penalty. 15-yard loss. Ball backed up to Denver's 46. I mean, we're talking about a different. Ball is tipped up. This is picked off. Intercepted, and Jarrett Stidham with 2 interceptions now in the preseason, and I'm not convinced either one is really his fault. The first one coming last week against the Colts, Samaje Perine couldn't hold on to it. This one just bounces off a defender's shoulder pad and goes sky high and falls into a patient hand of a defender. A little bit of a low throw, so that's kind of on the quarterback, but a little bit unlucky that it happens to deflect to a defender.
So is Jarrett Stidham playing with the starters or whoever Bo Nix played with?
What's the question?
So is Jarrett Stidham
playing with the first team offense?
The first team offense?
No.
Was Bo Nix?
Bo Nix was.
Okay.
And then last week, Jarrett Stidham played with the first team offense, and Bo Nix did not. Bo Nix actually got a little bit with the first team offense, but not much. I think he got like 4 plays.
Because at some point, it's like, yeah, you kind of have to look at that of like who he has on the field that he's playing with.
Yeah, that's gotta factor in.
That's gotta factor in. But when you see Bo Nix do so well,
right,
with the first play or with the first team offense, it sort of tells you that he's ready and he's going to be the number one on the depth chart. Mm-hmm. But like we were saying, I still feel for Jarrett Stidham because it's like, oh yeah, all right, now it's your turn to prove that you're a really good quarterback and should be the number one quarterback on the depth chart, and he's playing with the second team offense, maybe some third strings as well. It's like kind of sucks because the same expectation is there, but he doesn't have the same weapons that Bo Nix had.
Yeah, I agree. It's not a fair draw shake, but so I've got 4 stickers left for our Broncos Mile High Club. $10 super chat, and we'll write your name on the sticker and stick it on this hard hat. And then I'm going to wear this hat. I'm going to wear this bad boy for the upcoming drive. That's our super chat menu for today. I feel like I got to wear it like this. And that doesn't work out. There it is. Just don't move my head. Headset and hard hat actually not go well together. Okay. Yeah. $5 super chat will add you to our Broncos hat raffle, which will be at the 2-minute warning. And $10 super chat, I want to get through all 4 of these stickers right here. Who's going to be joining the Broncos Mile High Club? The Superior Mile High Club, I might add. This one does not get you on a no-fly list or greeted by an agent when you land. Steve Levy having Mike Kliss join them in the box. Broncos legend of a reporter, I might add. First and 10 for the Packers just across the 50-yard line. Under center, Green Bay with Michael Pratt in at quarterback. Flip it out to the flat. Nowhere to go. Tackle made for a loss. J.L. Skinner. Oh, Mike Kliss running through his roster projection. Defensive line, I'll read it out to you. Zach Allen, John Franklin Myers, Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones, Iyomi Wazirike, and Angelo Blackson. Outside or linebackers, Cooper Browning, Benito Ellis. And then he's got Njame, who is an international pathway player, I believe. DeAndre Tillman. And then Singleton, Stranad, Barton, and Griffith. 2nd and 11. Roll out to the right. And Pratt's going to tuck it and run. He dives forward, gain of 8. Slap Yourself is here. Slap Yourself. Let's put the Blue and Orange Country Club on screen for a moment here. Slap Yourself. The winner last week was, I think it was Desire Best. Yeah, which I believe he is still here in the chat. It's a $5 super chat, Desire Best, if you want to get added. I don't give a buck has joined you in the Blue and Orange Club, by the way. He sent in a $100 super chat. Ooh, what'd you do? I'm excited to see what you cooked up. Oh. Yes, sir. Okay, payday, it's on. What does that mean? 4th and 1. Packers go for it. Pratt throws. Incomplete. He threw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball when it probably just needed to be, I don't know, a low 90 four-seamer. Went through the receiver's hands, incomplete. We are 48 likes away from 500.
So if we get to 500, I'm cracking open my beer.
We got a second one lined up here.
I'm cracking it. I'm to start drinking. I'm thirsty, but I can't crack it until we hit 500 likes because we're 48 away.
Time Man, who's winning the other preseason game? I know you're in their chat too. So turnover on downs, Broncos offense, middle of the third quarter. We'll see if we get more Stidham. It might be Zach Wilson from here on out. I want to thank Sean Payton for putting together 3 intriguing quarterbacks to watch in the preseason. Zach Wilson being QB3, it could have been like a Ben DiNucci. That's not going to put butts in seats. Not that anyone does in the fourth quarter of a preseason game. But Zach Wilson's more entertaining. I think we can all agree. By the way, Coach Prime tweeted out, loving the Broncos' new unis. I like them. I do. I've got my Pat Surtain one in the other room. 660 people tuned in right now. 25 likes away from 500. Bo Nix, first half, 8 for 9, 90 yards, or 8 for 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown. In the preseason, he's 23 for 30, over 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. He is going to be your starter. Is there disagreement on the new unis? I like them. Desire Best, let's go. Well, then maybe I'm just misremembering. Time Man, do you remember who won the drawing at the end of last week? And can you go look? It was? Well, you said super chatted earlier. What did I win last week? Like, are you saying you don't remember winning? Or you don't remember what you won? I thought it was Desire Best. Cornerbacks. We have Stidham still in the game. He pitches right for a P. Ryan, who runs with it and picks up 2 yards. Oh, okay. Desire Best, you won 2 coasters from the Pro Football Hall of Fame for Randy Gradishire getting in. Okay. Desire Best, did you reach out to me? I thought, yeah, you definitely did. You emailed me. I remember all this now. You made me feel like I was losing my marbles. Florian, is the raffle a duck race? It is a duck race. Yes, it is. That's okay. Desire Best, appreciate your super chat. No problem. You made me just second guess myself. Holding call on that first down run for P. Ryan will make it 1st and 20. Desire Best, you and me too, brother. Stidham under center, takes the snap. It's a play fake. He loads up and throws deep. Incomplete. Going for all 20-plus yards of it to tight end Lucas Kroll and just out of reach. Incomplete pass, 2nd and 20.
We are 10 likes away from me cracking open my beer. I am thirsty.
Offensive line. So it looks like a pretty chalky roster projection. Ten likes away. 2nd and 20. In the gun, Stidham will hand it off, and a nice run for Pirine is 2 yards. Let's see. Mike Kliss only having 2 quarterbacks make this roster. Looking like a Stidham versus Wilson duel for it. Running backs, he has. I didn't see. 3rd and 18, screen caught by Pirine. He's gonna try and get to nowhere. 5-yard pickup. I don't know where that sentence was going. It's a punt coming up for Denver. Jaleel McLaughlin, Audric Estime, Javonte Williams, Michael Burton, and then receivers Sutton, Mims, Vele, Reynolds, Franklin, Patrick, with Lil Jordan Humphrey on the bubble. There's been a lot of conversation surrounding Troy Franklin, the rookie. Not a lot to talk about with him because we haven't seen him much, which is a reflection of some struggles so far for the rookie. I don't think you should have expectations high at all for rookie Troy Franklin. Doesn't look like he's going to be a factor in this year's offense. Maybe next year.
Desire best. Of course.
In a draft right now, should I draft Tim Patrick round 20? What kind of draft are you in? That's my first question. But round 20 sounds like, yeah, that seems like some good value for what could be the number 2 receiver on this team. Maybe even number 1. 6 likes away, 3 likes away. 2 likes away. Let's get there. 2 likes away. Let's get there. Okay. What are you having to eat tonight? Let's get that on screen. Let's get the comment section going. I feel like the chat needs a little bit of a, pulse or a little bit of a vibration right now.
We made 500.
There we go. 500 likes. So let me know. What are you eating? I'm shouting out everyone. Jimbo! A $20 super chat from Jimbo. Jimbo's getting added to the Mile High Club. And a $20 super chat. Let's get Jimbo's super chat on screen when you can. Jimbo. Dude, Jimbo is an automatic bid at a fraternity rush. Jimbo's here? Oh, we're not going to remember tonight. That's Jimbo. I had a Jimbo in my fraternity, and that was kind of the expectation if you were hanging out with Jimbo. Jimbo, let's go.
Jimbo, let's go. I love the 20.
Jimbo, added to the Mile High Club. Jimbo, thank you so much for all of your support of the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Go Broncos, Jimbo. Jimbo. What's everyone having? Let me know. I've got Broncos for life having a ribeye steak. That sounds delicious. Jimbo with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Jimbo. Time and the Buckeye chicken sandwich. Danny, dinner, nothing with cheese. Take that, Green Bay. I like it. I've got Florian having ribs and mashed potato. Sounds delicious. Jimbo's having a barbecue sandwich. A 1st and 10 pass for the Packers is incomplete. Time and the Buckeye chicken sandwiches and corn. Sharon rigatoni and garlic bread. Jacob Martin creamy Cajun chicken. This is all making me very hungry. I had a late lunch, so I didn't want dinner when people got it here, and now I kind of regret it. So I'm already thinking about what I'm going to scoop up my way home. I don't know what I'm thinking. Nothing's really on my way. Like, I kind of go out of the way a little bit. If I was going to pass a drive-through, it would be a no-brainer, but I'm not. I don't know if it's, like, at that hour worth it. We got an injured Bronco on the play. Jonas Griffith, oh no. He missed all of last year with an ACL. So they're attending to Jonas Griffith. While they do that, here's the deal. 20 shares in the next 2 minutes equals 3 raffle entries. Hit the share button. Send it to a friend, a family member. Tweet it out. Post it on Facebook. Share it anywhere you like. If we can get 20 shares in the next 2 minutes, I'm adding 3 people from the chat to our raffle for the Broncos hat giveaway at the 2-minute warning of the fourth quarter. So send the video to anyone you want, share it, and in the next 2 minutes, if we can get 20, that's 3 raffle entries.
Starting now.
Timer's on. Let's go, people. Let's move. Let's move. Johnny's having salmon and asparagus. That sounds really good. James, a nice cheese pizza. I'm liking it. Raya's gaming at spam, eggs, and rice. Dr. Frankenstein had Qdoba. Bradley Hayes, thank you for the play-by-play. I can't get the game in Vegas. Hate it here. Wish I was in Denver, but you made my day to keep me up on the game. Bradley, thank you very much. You made my night with that comment. So, go Broncos, Bradley. Thank you so much for watching with us. VT92's having steak. The NFL Plus, commercial break in progress thing is the ultimate 2008 Techno Club playlist. It sounds like Skrillex. We're at 7. How much time?
We got a minute left.
Minute left, 7 shares. 13 more shares.
Let me refresh. 13.
Oh, that's kind of weird.
13.
13 shares. 7 to go.
I don't think it loaded.
Can we get 7 more shares in the next 45 seconds? That's 3 raffle entries for the Broncos hat giveaway, which will be at the 2-minute warning. 3 free entries out of the chat. We're back in action. How much time? 30 seconds. 15 shares. 5 to go. 5 to go. 3rd and 3 for the Packers. Hit the share button. 19 shares.
10 seconds.
Oh, we're going to get one more? Need one more. One more. 22 shares. 22 shares. 3rd and 3. Ball, 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 ball.
Ball!
Michael Pratt fumbles. Who recovered it? Denver ball.
Denver ball, baby. Let's go.
Second takeaway of the night. Michael Pratt. Strip sack fumble. I think Nick Bonito is the one that causes this. Looks like 42 was the main culprit. Let's watch.
Spam those TOs, baby.
No, it's not.
Wow.
That's Jonah Ellis. That is Jonah Ellis. And he recovered it.
Oh, he's keeping the ball too.
I told you guys I love this Jonah Ellis pick. Let's go.
Nice.
Okay, spam TO for turnover. I'm picking 3 people out of the chat for 3 free raffle entries for the Broncos hat.
Spam
if I don't
TO.
pick you and you still want to get in it, $5 super chat gets you added. Okay, I'm picking the first one in. Zach Wilson is in the game at quarterback. 1st and 10 Denver. They're all the way at the Jets' 23-yard line. Pitch left, rookie Audric Estime. And 3, 2, 1. First one is Brody McJunkin. Brody McJunkin. Next one is going to be 3, 2, 1. We're too fast. 3, 2, 1. We're too fast again. 3, 2, 1. I've got Larry No Filter.
Larry No Filter.
2nd and 7. Zach Wilson throws on the slant. It is incomplete. 3rd and final free entry. After that, $5 super chat to get entered. 3, 2, 1. I've got 3, 2, 1. Tie man the Buckeye. Tie man the Buckeye. Lane Williams, thank you so much for your comment. Come by again. 3rd and 7 for Wilson. He will dance around the pocket, roll to his right, and throws incomplete. Brandon Johnson. It doesn't even look like the receiver had a chance at it.
Just hit him in the chest.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you
So
got to do.
Denver's offense goes 3 yards following the strip sack. 4th and 7 coming up. Denver will have to punt now, I believe. Oh, sorry, field goal now. Jacob Martin, thoughts on Stidham's performance? Not as good as Bo Nix's. Like, that's kind of not bad. Not exquisite. He had a touchdown. Field goal is good, by the way. 20-0. Broncos are skunking the Packers. Again, not bad from Jarrett Stidham. He had a rushing touchdown. It's just not as good as Bo Nix. So that's that. All right, while they go to commercial break here, today's show is brought to you, by the way, by Prize Picks. That's America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. If you're looking for promotions, Prize Picks has got you covered every week. They lower select player stat projections on Tuesdays to help your lineup hit. They also give entry fees back if you have a losing lineup on Fridays. Now, I love playing Prize Picks with my fiance because she's not a big sports fan, but when we load up Prize Picks and I let her make the selections, all of a sudden she's invested in the game now. So these are my selections for the upcoming season. Feel free to ride with me or fade me if you think I'm an idiot. But whatever you do, just do it at Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code CLNS on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy at Prize Picks. 20-0 Denver. Green Bay has the ball with 5 minutes to go. We are 51 subs away from reaching our next goal of 24,000 subscribers as Uncle Buck sends in a $10 super chat. Uncle Buck started to become a regular in these parts. I wonder why. Uncle Buck gets added with that $10 super chat, by the way, to our Mile High Club. Wonder where Reed was made. I'm out of those. I've got 3 stickers left, 2 after Uncle Buck's edition. 1st and 10, throw to the right side, and it's caught. Short gain on the play.
Uncle Buck!
Desire best. We'll see you next time, buddy. Thank you so much for hanging out with us again. Wait, did Uncle Buck get added last week? No.
No. Because I wasn't your producer.
You're right. That was
week.
just silly me.
Thanks, Uncle Buck.
Where's the uncle part come in?
So that's a story. It's a funny story that I can tell you later.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's what he like. So we have multiple Mikes in the family.
Yeah.
So his nickname in college was Buck.
Okay.
So
Oopsies.
instead of having 3 Uncle Mikes, or 2 Uncle Mikes, sorry. He's Uncle Buck, and then Uncle Mike is Uncle Mike. So
understandable.
It helped the cousins and kids growing up.
Yeah.
Decipher between the two.
3rd and 6, throw for Green Bay is a gain of 10 and a fresh set of downs. Packers football, by the way, with 4 minutes to go. Michael Pratt, rookie out of Tulane, still in at quarterback for Green Bay. 51 subs away from 24,600 people watching right now. If you're not subscribed, what more evidence do you need? We go live here on the channel for game day. We're giving you guys daily content. We're closing in on a huge milestone. 24,000 subs. One of the largest Broncos YouTube communities out there. Hop aboard if you're not already. Danny, are you getting closer to getting on board with trading Stidham? Has Jarrett Stidham shown us anything? Do you want to trade Stidham because he's bad or because he's good and can get a good draft pick? Like, what's the motivation to trade Stidham? Because Zach Wilson's really good? Like, just because Bo Nix is the starter, I don't see why that has to result in a Jarrett Stidham trade. Unless I'm missing what you're thinking, I would love to know the reasoning for wanting to trade Stidham. Oh, my God. 2nd and 11. Big hit, by the way, on the sideline. Damari Mathis fired up right now.
They picked him up, and then someone else, I don't know, I couldn't see the number, came over and just destroyed him.
Yeah.
It was Griffith.
Again, if someone calls the Broncos and says, we'll give you a 5th-round pick for Stidham, yeah, I'm in. Someone's like, can we give you a 2027 7th? I'm like, no, I think he's more valuable than that.
I think the biggest thing with him, too, is, like, you saw it on that run, like, he wanted to get in the end zone.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he, like, got the first down and slid. He was like, I'm getting in the end zone. So he's got, deep
big
throw.
pass from Michael Pratt is way overthrown, incomplete.
Like, he has the value in terms of, like
yeah,
wanting to be a good player and stuff like that. He just isn't great. But
4th and 8.
a solid backup.
4th and 8. 45 subs away. Sub for dubs. If you want to keep the good vibes rolling into the regular season, don't jinx it. Even if you're not superstitious, someone else is. Satisfy their superstition by subscribing.
My deal still stands. If we get to 24,000 by the end of the game,
yeah,
I will do a beer boot.
Beer boot from Reed. 45 subs to go. We can get there. We can get there. I believe in you. I'm going to name out, as the Packers punt this, 3 people's names. If I say your name, you have to subscribe. Ready? I'm going to go with Chase, Will, all the Wills watching. And lastly, if I say your name and it is Parker, you have to subscribe. Chase, Will, and Parker must subscribe. Allen is keeping for the Chases. Yeah.
Chase,
we're 40
Chase
away.
Just subscribed.
Raina did. Shaylin, woohoo. 1st and 10. Wilson under center with 2 minutes left. Hands it off.
Go.
Nice run. Tyler Beatty on his feet. Flag down.
That's got to be holding.
Broncos with the ball. But a flag down.
All right, here. How about this? If you came into the stream, weren't subscribed, and ended up subscribing, you're one of the newer subscribers. After finding us and you're like, hey, this is pretty cool. I'm going to subscribe. Type me. We want to shout you out because that's cool. You're coming into the stream saying, wow, I've never seen these guys before. Or I have, and I just haven't subscribed yet. If you've subscribed during this stream, type me and we'll shout you out.
Florian
Time in the Buckeye. Get out of here. You've been subscribed.
Broncos football as they are trying to add on to their lead. Oh, my goodness. John E. with a $100 super chat. John. Unreal. John Emery, a.k.a. John E. in RV in ACMEPA on vacation from Pittsburgh. This is the only way for play-by-play. John E. bowing down to you. An absolute staple of the 2023 Broncos breakdown is back for another year. I can't wait for another season of Johnny as Zach Wilson is sacked for a safety. God damn it, Zach. Really killed the mood right there. You're having a moment, and Wilson gets the Packers on the board with a safety with 54 seconds left in the third quarter. Okay. Johnny, though. God bless it being preseason. Otherwise, that would have really killed the mood. A $100 super chat. It's 20-2 now with that safety. John, we'll get it on screen for you in just a second. Zach Wilson sacked in the end zone for a safety. John E. getting added to the blue and orange country club with that last super chat. $100 super chat. We toss your name on screen for our daily videos, our watch parties throughout the season. If you want to be a member of it, John E. just showed you how. $100 super chat for those of you that want to be the MVPs and the legends of the Broncos breakdown. Johnny in RV in ACME. What's ACM? Am I missing something? PA on vacation from Pittsburgh. This is the only way for play-by-play. John, thank you so much for your support, for hanging out with us, for tuning in every single game. John, go Broncos. So glad to have you back for another season. It was awesome connecting with you last year. Looking forward to running it back this year. That's Acme the store? Oh, okay. Broncos punted away, and the Packers will have it down 18 now. Ooh, highlights of Sean Payton's surprise onside kick call to open up the second half. Now you can't do it. No more surprise onside kicks. 1st and 10 for the Packers. John E., everyone. John, let's go. We'll get your name on screen in just a moment. As Pratt throws a rifle that's caught for a first down. Yep. Johnny, I wish I could get a shout out. Johnny Fetz, thank you so much for watching, Johnny. Go Broncos, dude. A town in Pennsylvania. I need to up my PA geography. Zach the Sack Wilson. That's funny. That would be awesome if he was like a pass rusher. 1st and 10, under center. Snap to Pratt. Handoff to the running back. Spins out of one tackle. Gets the first down and moves across the 50 to close out the third quarter. Green Bay moving with 18 points in the deposit, or 18 points behind, I should say. Fourth quarter coming up next here. 20-2 Broncos. That's a preseason score if I've ever seen one. That's the beauty of the preseason. John E. joining Slap Yourself, I Don't Give a Buck in the Blue and Orange Country Club. If you want to join, you want to get shout-outs for the entire 2024 season every single week, $100 super chat, and we'll get you on there. I'm trying to think of some more perks and benefits of it. That's going to be something that I go to bed thinking about, and I'll come back to you guys with ideas later. Reyna, Phoenix AZ here. Why don't you show some highlights not able to watch live? Reina, that's what we call copyright laws. Jesse, hey, I just subscribed just now. Saw you guys about 10 minutes ago. Y'all are doing a great job. Go Pack Go. Yeah, you're doing a better job in the chat than the Packers are on the field. Broncos are 15 minutes away from going 2-0 in the preseason. If we can get to 24,000 subscribers, we're going to go live next week, which I'm confident we can get there. Would love to get there at the end of today's watch party. I'm so confident in us getting there that I'm actually traveling for my grandma's 80th birthday party. Party's a strong word. 80th birthday celebration, let's call it, this Saturday. But I booked a 7 a.m. flight back on Sunday to get here for the Broncos Cardinals 2:25 p.m. Mountain Time watch party.
You're so right. This music is, I feel like I should be spinning.
Yeah, this is the music that they play in the elevator at a techno club. Like, if they're like, hey, what, you want just regular elevator music? No. We got the perfect playlist for this elevator. We are 35 subs away. Chipping away. Let's get there, boys and girls. John, I'm at Jellystone RV Park with Yogi, Bobo, and Cindy. I hope those are names of dogs or humans, I suppose. Man, they're showing what the plans are for the Broncos' new training facility, or the one that they're going to build, and at the current location still. Looks incredible. That's what happens, by the way, when you get the richest owners in the NFL. Packers with the ball at the Broncos 45. It's a run on 1st and 10. Goes for 4 yards. Are those characters from Yogi Bear, the show? Am I showing my age right now? I did not watch much Yogi Bear content growing up. I'm familiar with Yogi Bear and his work, but it was not something that I watched a lot of. I might have looked like a big dummy saying that. I think I did. I think I realized my mistake.
I love how Danny goes, Yogi Bear, dude.
Yeah. 1st and 10. Throw, left side, caught, and a gain of 10. Or a gain of 5 and a first down. The scoreboard bug was wrong. I was not a big, not that I was anti-Yogi Bear. I was an avid Scooby-Doo fan in my adolescent days growing up. Like, that was my childhood. 1st and 10 for the Packers. Yeah, Patrick Tan's in the dugout right now with sunflower seeds. From the Broncos 35, pitch right. And a solid run for 5. Flag comes in. You could tell one of the defensive tackles was trying to make a tackle, but was being restricted. And this might be a hold. Yep, holding on the offense. Reed spotted it. So it's going to wipe away that run, and it'll make it 1st and 20. Danny thinks Yogi Bear is better than Scooby-Doo. I'm a big fan of Mr. Doo. Let me know what your favorite show was in the chat as we watch the Packers go up against the Broncos 4th stringers on 1st and 20. Favorite show you grew up on. You came home from school or whenever you were watching cartoons, what the go-to one was. John says, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. I loved Roadrunner. 1st and 20, and a pass is completed for 5,
flag.
but a flag comes in as Pratt was pressured.
Speed Buggy?
Florian says Beast Wars. I don't know Beast Wars.
I don't know if I've ever known that one either.
I know
Transformers. That's a good one.
Teen Titans from Johnny.
Oh, Teen Titans is good.
Danny, Go Power Rangers. Power Rangers were elite. I will say, Power Rangers are awesome.
Oh
my gosh! I don't give a buck! A $100 super chat! What is happening in the fourth quarter of preseason week 2 here? Let's get that 25K subs and Petey and Reed beer boot time. This for my wife to get on the orange and blue clubs. Can you put her in as I don't give a duck? Absolutely.
I don't give a duck. That's awesome.
Everyone spam I don't give a duck in the chat right now. I don't give a duck in the chat right now.
That's awesome.
Unreal performance today from I don't give a buck and Mrs. I don't give a buck. And we got to get to 25. You got to get to 24K today for this. If you can't think of a single good reason to subscribe, how about a guy sending in $100 to see some beer boots go down? 2nd and 7 for the Packers. I don't give a duck. Run left side, gain of 2. I don't even know what to say right now. I am speechless. Johnny, I don't give a buck. Thank you guys for all of your support. Let's go. 3rd down coming up for the Packers. S for stop on defense here. I don't give a duck. 3rd and 5 from the Denver 29. Snap to Pratt. Throw on the slant is incomplete. Incomplete. And the Packers will likely settle for a field goal or maybe go for it. You're down 18 in the fourth quarter. Does 15 do you a whole lot?
What a play.
Looks like they are going to send out the field goal unit. Yeah. Field goal unit comes out. 47-yarder is no good. Wide right. Wide right. With under 12 to play in the fourth. Carlson misses. 20-2. Broncos over the Packers. I don't give a buck. Let's add I don't give a duck to the Blue and Orange Country Club. We've added a handful of members today. We've added I don't give a buck, I don't give a duck, and John E. The club's growing. Hop on in while you can. I don't give a duck. $100 to join if you really like the content here and you want to get shout-outs for the entire 2024 season. This is our Blue and Orange Country Club. Unbelievable. I don't give a duck and I don't give a buck. Putting up monster numbers in the preseason. Now we got to look at the live sub count because he really wants the beer boot. You got to do it for I don't give a buck. Come on. Got to subscribe to get us. We're 29 subs away. We got to get there before the end of this game. We got 11 minutes to go. It's Broncos football. Come on. 29 subs away. Oh, someone doesn't like fun. That's the only way to explain that. Someone doesn't like fun. While you're busy subscribing, I'll tell everyone about our friends over at Prize Picks. See, Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. All you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and then watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. I'm talking turning $10 into $1,000. So if you're looking for promotions, Prize Picks has got you covered every week. From lowering select player stat projections on Tuesdays to helping your lineup hit or getting your entry fees back if you have a losing lineup on Fridays. These are my selections for the entire 2024 NFL season. So play along with me if you'd like. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code CLNS on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Broncos take over at good field position following the missed field goal by the Packers. We're 26 subs away. Do it for I don't give a buck. 1st and 10. Wilson sacked. Wilson is sacked. I don't think that just because Stidham loses QB1, he should be entering some free fall. Has anyone said that Wilson's look better than Stidham? Or are we just kind of thinking, let's talk ourselves into that to make a trade for Stidham easier? 2nd and 16, a good run from the rookie Audric Estime. I've bounced around his name so many times. And I've watched how to pronounce it too. But sometimes it just like gets in my head. We can't show C-Chang. Yeah, the reason why we can't show the drive chart is because we're watching on NFL Plus, which is awful, by the way. And it's behind the drive chart from ESPN. When the regular season gets here, that won't be the case. NFL Plus can go to the sun. And then we can do the drive chart. 3rd and 6 for Wilson. Looking, rolling to his right. He's going to throw, and it is incomplete, I believe. Looking for Tyler Beatty. Incomplete pass. Broncos game in Tokyo, 1995. Getting late. Danny, Wilson sucks. Don't trade Stidham. Like, you should not be motivated to trade Stidham just to get a pick. Have more value for the backup quarterback. If Wilson's good and Stidham can get you a good pick, okay. Then you can get something for Stidham and have a good backup plan in place. But don't trade him just because you're like, well, he's not the starter anymore, so let's flip him. Like, you're not buying cheap houses. The backup quarterback position is valuable.
Florian said you're pronouncing
his name right.
Estime's name right.
We said my name right. Florian Swanson. It is so weird how the Broncos went from Russell Wilson to Zach Wilson. If Zach Wilson picked number 3, that would have been a huge save for a lot of people there with Russell Wilson jerseys. Okay, we have a stoppage with 10 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. We are 21 subs away. Every subscriber we get is one more jumping jack for me. That's the rule I'm going to make here, or the addition I'll make here. Every sub we get is one more jumping jack. Let's get ourselves to 24K. Reed promised to be your boot. I don't give a buck down. Yeah, Will Lutz did take 3. Okay. You guys are on me tonight, by the way. Nothing's getting through. I appreciate the great watchdog journalism in the chat. Ooh, we're closing in. Under 20 subs to go. Jacob, we will beat you guys next time. Who won the last time the Broncos and Packers played? Like, in a more meaningful regular season game. I don't remember, but let's just say whoever won that game should be crowned the winner between these two teams until they meet again in the regular season. I don't remember who won. I don't know the last time they played. So it probably was the Packers. So you guys win. Don't worry, right? No? Cam said Broncos 1917? No way. Oh, Broncos beat them last year. Really? No way. Yeah, he's got to shorten it. I love the Skrillex Club. Oh, they're reviewing this last play to Tyler Beatty. So I guess Sean Payton challenged this play. Ball came loose at the end. If we can get to 24,000 subs before the end of the game, Reed is doing a beer boot. 24,000 subs before the end of the game, Reed does a beer boot. 19 subs away. Under 10 minutes to go. Trenton Gill is punting. Him and Riley Dixon, a little bit of a punting battle, although it's going to be Riley Dixon that wins this. Broncos open up the season in Seattle, home against the Steelers. Russell Wilson return. It's a crime that game was not put in prime time. I don't know what the schedule makers were thinking. First and 10. Play fake. Pratt throwing, and it's caught, but no gain. Smith, closing in. 16 subs. Got to get to 24K for the beer boot. 16 away. Johnny wants to know what the beer boot is? It's exactly what you're thinking. It's a boot of beer.
3 beers in 1 boot. It's like a big boot.
1 step forward, 1 step back. 17 subs. 2nd and 9 for the Packers. They're at their own 25 with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, trailing 20-2. In the gun, here's a snap to Pratt. He'll hand it off, and the running back up the middle. Ball came loose, but jumped down by an offensive lineman.
Florian said, come on, guys.
5-yard pickup.
It's like running the table on beer pong. Yes, showing my age, LOL.
Who forces this fumble? Oh, I think the ground just forces it.
Yeah, the ground.
He's down. Doesn't matter.
I just want to get to 24K.
3rd and 4.
That's funny, Florian.
3rd and 4. Snap to Pratt. In the flat, has a running back. He is cut down just at the first down marker, but he's short.
Great tackle. That's 4th down.
Yep. I don't give a buck. I'll share on Facebook to get it. I love it. I don't give a buck. Love it. So this will be 4th and inches. Tanner McAllister looks like he made the tackle.
That's a great tackle.
Yeah, really nice open field tackle.
They're going for it.
4th and 1. Packers are going for it at their own 35. Under center. Pratt hands it off. McCrary trying to find space. I don't think he got there. It's all about the most forward progress, but I'm not convinced he got there.
Wait.
Broncos ball.
Let's go.
Takeaways galore tonight. Matt Henningsen looks like he was in the middle of that. Nice stop. Yeah, he never gets there. It's a very clear-cut first down marker. 35-yard line. He does not get there. Broncos ball. Let's go. Shout-outs to Sammy Boy. Dion Sharp. Good to see you again. Alan Burbank. Johnny Fetz. Florian Swanson. I don't give a buck. Ty Man the Buckeye. Quick reminder, at the 2-minute warning, we're going to do a Broncos hat raffle. It's $5 to enter that raffle. So if you'd like to get in it, $5 super chat. If you're unable to super chat, not a problem. 10 shares equals a free entry from the raffle or for the raffle. We are at 38 shares. So 2 shares away and we get another free entry. So hit the share button, send it to a friend, send it to a family member, and if we get to 2 more shares, then we're doing a free raffle entry. So if you cannot send a $5 super chat in, no problemo. Just share that video, and we'll pick one person out of the chat. If we don't pick you and you want to guarantee a spot in the raffle, $5 super chat. Okay. I know the crypto music. 1 share away. 1 share away. Who's going to get us to the free raffle entry? Once you share it, type me in the chat. Johnny shared it to a friend. 1 share away. Did Mitch ever reply to my tweet? Doesn't appear he did. Tie Man did. Yeah. If you're excited for Bo Nix in the regular season, spam me. There we go. Got the share. Sometimes YouTube can take a little while to update. Got the share. All right. John, has Wilson completed a pass? I believe. No? You don't think Zach Wilson's completed a pass? Moment of truth? 0 for 3. Not as good as preseason week 1. He went 10 for 13 that time.
Jarrett Stidham 7 for 11, 65, 1 interception, and a rushing touchdown.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Bradley, I was being sarcastic earlier when I said I don't remember who won the last time they played. I'm well aware of the Broncos beginning their 5-game winning streak with the Packers at home. Okay. Spam me as the Broncos hand it off on 1st and 10 with 7.5 to play. Spam me if you want to get a free entry for our Broncos hat giveaway, or if you're just excited to watch Bo Nix play. I'm going to pick someone out of the chat after this next play here. 2nd down coming up. 2nd and 7. Zach Wilson still in at quarterback. At the 31-yard line of the Packers, Wilson takes the snap. He throws. That one's completed over the middle. Michael Bandy inside the 20. Tackled at the 10. Nice hookup between Wilson and Bandy. Inside the Prize Picks red zone. I'm picking someone out of the chat in 3, 2, 1. No, went too fast. 3, 2, 1. I've got Nuke Media. Nuke Media. If I didn't say you and you want to get in it, $5 super chat. 1st and 10, snap to Wilson. Hands it off. Watson gets 2.
We are 10 subscribers away from 24,000.
Oh, we're 10 subs away. We got to get there.
Second and goal. Wilson drops back. Looking.
Incomplete pass.
Oh, my God. He had a wide open drag route across.
Michael Bandy should have been hit.
It.
I don't give a buck with a $10 super chat. And we're 8 subscribers away from 24,000. Let's get there, folks. Come on. I don't give a buck. We'll get your super chat on screen in just a second for the entry. 3rd and goal. Snap to Wilson. Finds a running back in the flat. He's in! Touchdown, Denver. 8-yard throw from Wilson. And the Broncos put an exclamation point on this preseason home win, lifting the score to 26-2. Tyler Beatty, 4 subs away. Get there for the Broncos dub. Sub for dubs right now. 4 subs to go. Let's get there. Come on. 3 subs away. Extra point from Will Lutz is perfect. 27-2, Broncos with under 6 remaining in the 4th. 2 subs away. Let's get I don't give a buck super chat on next. There it is. Need the insurance run. There's the insurance run. There's always going to be a jokester or 2 out there. 24,000 subscribers. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. You want to go get the boot?
Yeah. So he said last one for the night, but give this for next person. You mean give the raffle?
Yeah, I would think the raffle. Give this for the next person. And also, I would like to donate a Bo Nix jersey that's signed for one of your raffle this season, if that's okay. And let her.
Let's go.
Let's get her to 24K. There's a lot to break down here. I don't give a buck, but let me start by saying thank you in all caps. Yes, we can pick someone out of the chat to add to the raffle as your sponsorship. And then we can definitely work on a Bo Nix jersey raffle for a future watch party. I don't give a buck. Let me put my email in the chat.
No, here, I can put it up too.
Okay, you got the L3?
Yep.
Yep. And then just reach out to me there, and we'll get something worked out. That's my email. Don't all email me unless it's funny email forwards. Then we can bring that back. But I don't give a buck. Reach out to me if you'd like to talk about doing a Bo Nix jersey raffle. That'd be incredible. You kidding me? Thank you. And let's pick someone out of the chat.
Type me.
I don't think it should be me, just because this is so like
type
giving of I don't give a buck.
Type IB.
Type IB?
IB for I don't give a buck.
Yeah, that sounds like irritable bowel syndrome. IBS. So
or just B. Type B.
Yeah.
Type B for buck.
B for buck.
B for buck.
B for buck. B for buck. B for buck. B for buck.
B.
After this next play, 1st and 10, pass is completed. Wow, B's are flying in right now. Spam B for a free entry. Okay, picking someone in.
Oh man, it's going.
It's going. Get the B's in.
B.
2nd and 6. I'm gonna do it after this play. Snap to Pratt, throw to the flat. Well, then the B's really started to flow in. Gain of 4. Okay, picking someone in. 3, 2, 1. Went too fast. 3, 2, 1. I've got Shelton Wada. Shelton Wada. W-A-D-A.
Shelton Wada or
yeah,
Wata?
W-A-D-A. Shelton Wada. Octavio Rodriguez is here. Good to see you, Octavio.
Shelton said yes.
Yep, that's the one.
All right.
Okay.
There it is.
Put the live sub around. Make sure we're still there.
Yeah.
We're going to do this drawing, by the way. The race. Drawing's not the right word to use.
Wow, look at that.
There we go. At the 2-minute warning, which will be in 2 minutes and counting here.
Oh.
Florian Swanson, I don't give a buck, is the GOAT for that one. Without a doubt.
Is.
I don't give a buck. Absolutely the GOAT. We can do one more free entry. If we get 10 shares, if you were not picked and you want to get in, share the video. Every 10 shares is another free entry. Beer boot?
Yes.
I do it now just because we'll have the race and then the post-game show.
Let's do it.
So
let me go grab it.
A 3-minute, 59-second remaining time period is a great time to do that. We need more shares. Ton is here. Good to see you, Ton. I don't give a buck. My email is not in all caps. It's actually all lower caps, but the graphic has everything in all caps. I can't control that. Danny joined us when we were looking for 10K. We're double that and then some. Thank you so much, Danny, for being such a loyal viewer all this time. 10K subs, man, that would have been, I feel like, maybe you'll remember better than I do. I want to say April 2022. That's what I'll go with. 1st and 10 for Denver. Oh, we got offsides by the defense. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Octavio, you've been here for a long time. I don't remember when that would have been. I don't give a buck should get, a lot of love from the chat right now. Wanting to toss a Bo Nix jersey in for the raffle. I mean, that talk about generosity that's unmatched. Broncos for life, subbed at 12.5K. Danny says early 2022. Yeah, I like to go off of key times, and the draft would have been one that I don't remember if we got 10K going into that draft or not. 1st and 5, it's a run to the left side. .345 and counting. (27-2) Denver. They've been dominant in this one. Johnny, appreciate you sharing it. We need 3 more shares to get another free raffle entry. 3 more shares. If you haven't shared it yet, hit the share button. Send this video to a friend or family member, and we'll get another free raffle entry out of the audience. 2nd and 1. Throw. 1st down. Flag comes in. Reyes Gaming, is there a way to see when you sub or how long you've been subbed for? No, not that I'm aware of. That's a good question and idea. I think you just have to think about what event happened in the video that you remember subscribing to. Maybe there's something memorable, maybe not. You know, whether it's like, oh, I remember I subbed because they had just traded for Russell Wilson. An eligible man downfield. If we're going to be critical, by the way, because there's not a whole lot to be critical of a 27-2 game, penalties were not good for the Broncos today. Sean Payton's probably going to be more pissed about that than the good. He hates penalties. And remember, when he took over that team, that was a team that was one of the worst in the NFL in pre-snap penalties. 2nd and 6. Snap to Wilson. Run to the right. 1st down, Broncos. Reyes Gaming, I subbed a little before the rush trade. Okay. 1st and 10. Broncos are one more 1st down away from just getting in victory formation for this one. Wilson will line up under center. You know what you should do? You should do the beer thing while the ducks are racing. Oh. We'll see who finishes first, the first duck or you. Oh, I like that. So that's going to take us to the 2-minute warning. Absolute last call. We'll pick one more person out of the chat. Spam B for I don't give a buck for a free entry to the duck race for the Broncos hat giveaway. Or send in a super chat of $5 or more. And we'll add you as well. Picking someone in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I've got Mike Pryor the second.
Mike Pryor the second.
Mike Pryor the second. If I didn't say your name and you're like, I still want to get in, $5 super chat. Mike Pryor the second. Okay.
All
Reed's
right.
going to get the duckies ready, and we're ready to go.
Getting the ducks ready.
Danny's going to be at Thursday Night Football in New Orleans for Sean Payton's return to NOLA.
Nice.
That's going to be awesome. I'm jealous.
All right. Getting the ducks ready.
Duckies are ready. Get the ducks in the pond.
Getting the ducks in the pond.
Ducks in the pond. Okay.
How about this question?
No.
No?
Let's do like if you're excited for Bo Nix. We know who the answer to that
How
question
about
is.
we do
Andres, what's up, man? I'm late, but we've been killing it. Yeah, Bo Nix has been killing it.
How about we do this?
No, let's do just like something
Okay.
about Bo Nix.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Duck races right now, Mike. Ducks are coming in 30 seconds.
Ducks are coming right now.
Ducks are getting off. I don't know what ducks are transported in, but they're waddling their way down to the
They're
ducks.
waddling their way down, yes.
I mean, this game's over. The Broncos are going to kneel it out, so like we're not going to cover the rest of this game here.
Yeah.
So Duckies, beer
What's more
boot,
important?
post-game
Duckies?
show.
Duckies or
Duckies. Okay.
all right.
Reed, as soon as
Get
you're ready.
this. Hold on, I got
Octavio Rodriguez, Justin, Cam, Johnny, K-Dubs Angels. A number 10 jersey would go with my PS2 jersey. Trent, you did not predict the score correctly. Do not buy that. Okay. Let's show the people the list of Duckies. So, this is everyone that's in the race. If you believe you should be in the race, look for your name right now. And if we missed you somehow, please let me know. Let's add right now Fravel Edits, $5 super chat.
Okay. Yes. I think
He's in there once,
He's-
but he can get there
yes.
twice now. Yep.
a little behind the scenes.
Okay, there
All
it
right,
is.
he's in there.
Fravel, I've seen enough, Petey. Bo Nix is him. Call him Bo Mahomes. Buy your season tickets season tickets already. We are so back, baby. Bo Nix for MVP. Fravel Edits, I'm excited that you're excited. Like, reading that, I can just feel the happiness coming through that chat. And that makes my day. I just said, I don't give a buck. My wife wants to use that $5 for her $100 super chat. I don't give a buck if you win. I'll let you divvy up. I'm a little confused on what you mean at the last part there. Okay. Are we ready? I think we're ready.
So.
Okay. Danny, really appreciate your kind comment, dude. Hope to see you for future watch parties.
All right.
Okay, Duckies are in the pond.
Oh, you know what? Instead of this, do you want to do this? Oh,
Nah.
no. Can't do that.
Yeah. You got to do the beer boot.
Boot.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, are you going to do your beer boot from there? There it is.
Here it is.
Yep.
The boot. It is Happy Dad, not water. Don't worry. I'm not skimping on anybody.
Okay, here we go. Let's send the Duckies.
All right.
Duckies go
going.
in 3, 2, 1. Duckies!
They're off. And so am I.
Reed is racing the Duckies with his Happy Dad beer boot. 1 furlong in, and Mr. No Filter has the early lead. There's the bubble. I think Reed's going to beat the first duck. We got a good race here. Everyone spam chug for Reed. He's been an absolute legend, by the way, right now. Crushing it. Halfway to go. Anyone's race. Who's it going to be? Reed beats the Duckies with 20 seconds to spare. K-Dub 47 has the early lead.
I don't give a
And
buck.
10 seconds. I don't give a buck. Trying to hold on. 6, 5, a late
Whoa!
push. By who? 3. Look at Reyes Gaming.
Reyes
1. Reyes Gaming.
Are you here? Yeah.
Reyes Gaming's here.
Reyes Gaming's right there.
Yep. Reyes Gaming. We'll put my email at the bottom. Email me, Reyes Gaming, and we'll get you the hat. Email me, Reyes Gaming. Congratulations.
Woo!
Let's go. Fravel Edits, thank you for your super chat. The Broncos punted away. Riley Dixon with a nice punt. We can jump right into our post-game show.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's get into our post-game show here. With 20 seconds left, the Packers have 1st and 10 at their own 10-yard line. This will be 1, maybe 2 plays max. And they run it. It's just 1 play. Oh. Okay. So, we're going to break down what was the decisive win for Bo Nix in the quarterback battle with Jarrett Stidham as he puts on a wonderful performance and solidifies himself as this team's starting quarterback. The team might not announce it for a couple of days, but it's coming. Bo Nix is your QB1. Let's go. Packers getting their lone score off of safety. Dion, we'll see you next time, big guy. If you're excited to watch Bo Nix, though, spam me in the chat. The Ducks gave a better effort than Green Bay did. That much is for sure. Bo Nix is the starter. A lot to like about tonight. A lot to be excited about, too. Okay. Are we ready? Let's do, Bo Nix off the top a little bit. Type me if you're excited for Bo Nix. Prize picks. And then subscribe. Sound good to you? Okay. We're talking Bo. No. That script is just like a template. Talking a lot about Bo. All right, here we go. Yeah, 27-2. Broncos over the Packers. Josh Roth. No way Bo Nix is not the starter, right? Josh, correct. Bo Nix is the starter. There's just no doubt about it. Not even like out of like a nepotism, first round pick, feel obligated to start him. He looks the best He looks like the best quarterback on this team. All right, I'm ready when you are. Here we go. Live post-game show coming up right now. Congratulations to Bo Nix. He is the Denver Broncos starting quarterback after a second straight dominant performance in the preseason as the Broncos give their home fans a show. A curb stomping of the Packers, 27-12. But the story of the night is Bo Nix, who goes 8 for 9, 80 yards, 1 touchdown. If you didn't catch it at all, let me tell you the cliff notes of what we saw to Bo Nix tonight. We saw confidence. We saw control in the offense, accuracy with the football, decision-making, taking what the defense gave him, not trying to go for the whole thing every single play, but also downfield passing incorporated. I mean, I don't think there was a single box that Bo Nix didn't check. You want mobility? It's there. You want on pace, on schedule? It's there. You want every single play to be positive and march down the field? It's there. Bo Nix ends the preseason after 2 preseason games going 23 for 30, over 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. Bo Nix is your week 1 starting quarterback in Seattle. There's no doubt in my mind after these 2 preseason games, not because he's the first-round pick, but because he has shown to be the best quarterback on this team, which Jarrett Stidham hasn't done a bad job in this battle. It was pretty close, but ultimately, Bo Nix emerges as the top quarterback, and there's no doubt about it. So are you excited to watch Bo Nix week 1 in Seattle against the Seahawks? Type 10 in the comment section for Bo winning that QB job, because everyone's buzzing right now in Denver. I don't know the last time Broncos Country really felt like, without just blind faith, that this was their franchise quarterback. I think the answer has to be Peyton Manning. Like, Drew Lock gave you some moments, but there was nothing like what we saw from Bo Nix in these 2 preseason games with Drew Lock. Same goes for the other long list of quarterbacks that have cycled through in the last decade. Can anyone point to a quarterback that had the entire fan base just elated and buzzing like Bo Nix is doing right now for the Broncos? He is this team's starting QB. I'm excited for him. I mean, it's the preseason, so I don't think people should be jumping to conclusions in terms of what Bo's going to do in the regular season based on the preseason. It's a little bit different when you go up against a starting defense, but he looks like a guy that played 60-plus games in college football, and it's showing on the field with his decision-making. And by that, I can unpack it in a few ways, right? Meaning, ball comes out quickly, comes out on time and with, purpose and confidence, and not just, well, I'm going to throw the ball down the field because I'm getting nervous because the pass rush is heating up on me. No. Bo Nix is looking the part of a starting quarterback in the NFL. So I'll ask you another question, too. Who would just, 2 random quarterbacks that just popped to my head right now. Bo Nix, Gardner Minshew. Who would you rather have as your starting quarterback? Would love to know the answer. I want to talk about Tim Patrick and other players, by the way, because Bo Nix was not the only guy in this game. But first, I do want to tell all of our wonderful viewers about our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 4 million active members. See, at Prize Picks, all you do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. I'm talking turning $10 into $1,000. Now, if you're looking for promotions, Prize Picks has you covered every single week. They lower select players' stat projections on Tuesdays to help your lineup hit. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code CLNS on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy at Prize Picks. I put all that information in the comments and description of today's video. So getting back to our recap of Week 2 preseason, how about Tim Patrick and the wide receiver room for a moment? I appreciate Sean Payton playing the starters in the preseason. It just makes it a watchable product when, if you're a Packers fan today, enjoy the Michael Pratt show. But Patrick, 4 for 30, 1 touch, 4 for 30, 4 grabs, 30 yards, 1 touchdown. It was so awesome to see Tim Patrick get back in the end zone for the first time since December 2021. And I need to update my wide receiver depth chart. I think we all do. Your top 3 receivers are Courtland Sutton, Tim Patrick, and Josh Reynolds, and I think it's in that order. I think Marvin Mims will be used more as a slot receiver, but he is not commanding a lot of snaps with the first-team offense through 2 preseason games. Doesn't mean he's destined for the bench or not a lot of action, but I think the top 3 snap getters for the wide receivers this year will be Sutton, Patrick, and Reynolds. And I'm so pumped for Patrick to get back on the field and make a statement too. How about Greg Dulcich too, as we keep just kind of the good news vibes rolling? He got a nice first down, picked up a flag too, showing some violence and some physicality. 2 grabs, 27 yards. I also want to bring up Jarrett Stidham, who did not have the best game when pressure was really on. Like, ball's in your court, Jarrett, after what Bo Nix did. He went 7 for 11, 65 yards, and 1 touchdown. Yeah, so that's what he did at the half. But he ended 7 for 11, 65 yards, and 1 interception. This time the interception was a little bit more on him compared to the one in Indy. But Stidham, he had a nice rushing touchdown too. I know a lot of people are wondering, are the Broncos going to trade Jarrett Stidham now? I think it really boils down to this. What are you getting for Jarrett Stidham? If you're getting a good draft pick for a backup, like a 5th rounder, yeah, I think that's something worth entertaining. If you're getting a 2027 7th round draft pick, I think Stidham is more valuable than that. And I think the Broncos should have all 3 quarterbacks on the roster this year. I don't think they traded for Zach Wilson just to cut him a few months later, and I don't think he's been horrendous, although today was not his best performance compared to Indy. I think they should keep, and they will keep, all 3 quarterbacks on this roster and help Bo Nix get as prepared as possible every single week by having 2 veteran players in that quarterback room with loads of experience. The Broncos quarterback depth chart obviously going to change from the initial one they released. Bo Nix is jumping all the way up to QB1. I think Stidham goes to QB2 and Zach Wilson goes to QB3. I don't think they're going to be trading Stidham unless they get a really good offer. But Bo Nix, you've heard it a million times, but you hear it one more time. He is your starting quarterback after that dominant preseason performance, going 23 for 30 through 2 preseason games, 200-plus yards, 2 touchdowns. And I forgot to mention earlier, the mobility. Like, he is showing some wheels. He's climbing the pocket. He's not getting flustered. He's not taking sacks, most importantly, too. Like, that's what drove Sean Payton really up the wall with Russell Wilson. I don't think Bo Nix has been sacked once so far in the preseason. There's a lot to like about what we have seen from Bo Nix so far, and Sean Payton is definitely the happiest man in Denver right now. He wanted his guy, and his guy through 2 preseason games is showing him everything he wanted in a quarterback. So Broncos country, go to bed with a smile on your face or wake up with one on Monday. This is hopefully the franchise guy. Now, if you're looking for a Broncos YouTube channel, hit the sub button down below. We just crossed 24,000 subscribers, so make sure you are getting yourself the best free Broncos content possible. Bo Nix, QB1 for your team. Okay. Appreciate everyone for hanging out with us today. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're not already. We're going to sign off. Call it a watch party. A lot to like, though. Selfishly, I do like this a lot. Thank you guys so much for subscribing, helping us reach our milestone of 24K. And we'll see you all next week for another Broncos watch party with the Cardinals coming to town to wrap up the preseason.